Hello, testing. Okay, guys, I want to first thank everyone for coming. For those that don't know who I am, my name is Joseph Sosa, and I'm the assistant to the mayor. So you guys know that we're going to be starting very soon. We're just waiting for one more person, okay? And we'll start with the award. This will be Facebook Live, okay? So share it with your family and friends, okay? We'll talk soon. Testing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin. I'm going to go ahead and present this to Councilman Tony Fernandez, who will lead the ceremony. We have the mayor and the council. They're on their way. They're running late, but we want to get this rolling. And we're going to take a nice group picture. Remember, we're on YouTube Live. I believe we're also on Facebook as well. Okay, so enjoy and congratulations. Here you go, sir.
Hi, how's it going? All right. So I have the distinct privilege today of honoring a group of students that not only, when they saw an issue in their school, in their community, a lot of times it's easy for us to complain, to get upset, but the most difficult thing to do is to work hard and to bring about the change that addresses the problem. And these students definitely took that most difficult road. For several months, they worked both with myself and with town staff to craft a change to the Code of Ordinances of the town of Miami Lakes to help address and reduce flooding in our communities. And they did so by changing the way that permeable surfaces and non-permeable surfaces are counted, and promoting permeable surfaces in driveways and other paved areas. So it is my distinct pleasure to recognize this group of students, but I would be remiss before I recognize those students. I would like to recognize their teacher, Miss Lisa De Arza. Please come on up.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And so on behalf of the mayor and the town council, we would like to present you with this recognition for leading this group of young people and really facilitating the process for them and helping them make the difference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So this next member of the team that I will recognize not only took a very prominent position in this project, but also I'll throw in there serves on our youth activities task force here in the town. That is Mr. Moritz Acosta. Please come on up. Pleasure. All right. Next we have Miss Lucia Bring, who is joining us from Spain. We'll make sure to give this to you, to Mom, here. Thank you, Mom. Please join the rest of the team. Next up, we have Jocelyn Hernandez. Come on up. And last but certainly not least, Miss Gabriela Vega. All right, and let's go ahead and take a Would any of you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you so much for the privilege. I mean, I think I can speak confidently on behalf of all of us when I say that this has been a truly amazing experience. I mean, I want to thank you, but also town staff for allowing us to partake in local government. It's a true privilege and a great learning experience. And I'm sure that this activity will continue to affect all activities that we partake in from the experience we gain from this. So thank you. If anybody else?
Once again, thank you, Councilman Fernandez, and thank you to the Miami Lakes staff and Mayor Sid and everyone who has been with us on this journey, including our teacher, Ms. De Arza, for all of her help. And what I hope to do with this project is to inspire others to take a step forward and make change in their community. And this is a learning experience that will follow me for the rest of my life.
Okay. Once again, I wanted to say thank you to everyone, to Councilman Fernandez, to the entire Town Council of Miami Lakes, to the residents of Miami Lakes, to our teammates, to our teacher, to everyone that's helped us pass this project. And also, it's been great passing this amendment and this to the building code to affect and to help those in Miami Lakes dealing with flooding and for them to adapt to that. So thank you.
Thank you guys, and thank you for making a lasting effect in the Oh, would you like to say a few words over Zoom?
Sure. So hi, thank you so much. This is an honor. I want to thank the town. I want to thank my teammates. I want to thank Ms. De Arza for keeping us on this, and I want to congratulate you guys because this is your last year with me, and I want to thank you guys so much for showing me teamwork, for showing me dedication, and for showing me hard work. And I want to thank the town, thank my teammates, thank Ms. De Arza. Congratulations.
Thank you, and just always remember as you drive through the streets of Miami Lakes, the change that you made will be with this community for many, many generations to come. So thank you. So the mayor is actually pulling up, but I can give you guys a little bit of a teaser as to what's going to happen at 6 o'clock. Kind of a momentous occasion here in the town. We're going to be doing the signing of probably, I think, the largest bond issuance in town history, $15.5 million that will be used for litany of stormwater improvement projects. And I would be remiss to say that I think the students at Miami Lakes Middle had a little bit of their hand in that too. So we'll be doing that at 6 o'clock, but before we get there, the mayor's joining us shortly, and we have one more presentation before then.
Hey, sorry guys, I missed you by a couple minutes, but I just wanted to say congratulations. I know Tony got here as fast as possible because he wanted to make sure you guys got recognized. But again, thank you for all your hard work. I don't know if you want to take another picture.
Yeah, we should. Can you guys come back up? We'll do one more.
But I know what's really cool about your project, and I think it's phenomenal, is that now you guys can start maybe about in a year from now, 2 years from now, driving around town and seeing that impact. Actually, I was talking about it to a resident the other day who was talking about extending their driveway, and I talked to them about what you guys worked on, 70%, and they were like, what? Wait, kids were the ones? Not kids. Middle schoolers were the ones that got that done? Yeah, kids. But, and they were so proud of the work, they couldn't believe it. So I again, thank you guys very, very much. But yeah, if we get a quick picture.
Let's do one more.
Okay. You tell us.
guys already spoken, eh? You guys already spoke?
Yeah.
Okay. God bless you guys. So we had someone that represented our community in the National Leaders Conference and was elected vice president by her learning group to speak at the commencement ceremony, which is an incredible, incredible honor, specifically when they talk about that conference. And I know this family really, really well. They're very engaged civically, and their kids are a great example to their kids, and their kids are great examples to our community. So I wanted to call up Abigail Garcia, who we're going to be recognizing today. Abigail, so we wanted to thank you for being a great example for other students here in our community. As you can see, our town, the future is bright because you have folks like you and other young people here in our town. But if you want to talk about what the conference was all about, your commencement speech, your dad told me that you're an amazing speaker, and your mom, they're really, really proud of you. So.
I want to say thank you to the councilmen and councilwomen and the mayor for giving me this award. This is an amazing award, an amazing honor for me, and I am so glad to be able to represent Miami Lakes in this conference. And what this conference was about was to show that not only can adults lead, but so can kids, and we can make a difference. And it was giving us the tools, and it was giving us the learning. It was giving us the learning tools to be able to make a difference in our communities and in our states, and one day be able to just make a difference in the world. And this conference was extremely helpful, and for me to learn how to be a leader and how to lead a group of people into making the world and the future a much better place for everyone in this town, in this state, and in the world. Thank you.
Great job. Awesome. Let's get a picture, Tom. Yeah. And her dad is also the chair of the Miami Lakes Sports Hall of Fame Committee, so they're very, very engaged civically, and which I think it's great. And Abigail, you got to get together with these young folks here because you guys are really, forget about the futures later on. The futures now and the impact that you all are making is today. Great job. All right, so that concludes our presentations. We're going to be moving on to our stormwater presentation now. Well, good evening, and I know a lot of folks might be asking why everybody's just standing here facing the audience and with all the cameras watching. But today's a historic day in our community, and it's really in thanks to the leadership of the town council that had the courage to move forward on something that's really never happened before in our community. Our staff presented us with a survey several months ago that said the number one issue for our residents, something that the students at Miami Lakes Middle worked on, but the number one issue for our residents was stormwater. The council had a decision to make: kick the can down the road, or do what's tough, right? Move forward with a plan that our staff laid out for us, and that was moving forward on a $15 million bond that will go immediately. Literally, we have items tonight that are going to move the ball forward to fix flooding once and for all in the town of Miami Lakes. So today, as we sign this, it makes it official, and that money will be transferred over to our coffers and immediately go into shovel-ready projects throughout the town of Miami Lakes to fix the flooding once and for all here in our community, which we know is the most important topic and most important issue for our residents. But again, I wanted to recognize not only our hardworking staff, the students at Miami Lakes Middle, but particularly the leadership of our town council. You had council members that literally made motions that in the first 20 years of our city's existence never happened before. So I really wanted to thank them and everybody that participated, all of our consultants, providers, across the board. But again, just for the town council moving that forward and having the political courage to do that, because I know once these projects go in, everybody is going to see that impact immediately. So I'm going to go ahead and be the first one to sign here. I think I should do a play-by-play. And now the final signature, our town clerk. So it's official. All the stormwater improvements that all of our residents have wanted to see are moving forward. So thank you. Thank you to everybody that participated. It's a historic day. And Isma, I know we have the financial tool, tool online. So if we go online, we could see all the money being transferred over tonight.
Testing.
Just make sure.
So that we don't create.
Right. So yeah, you're not having your video and you're muted. So yeah, all we see is just your picture.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Joey. Okay, so the other two.
It is 6:30, and we are going to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano is absent. Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer. And by the way, this is his first time in Town Hall. Let's all welcome the new pastor at Miami Lakes United Methodist Church, Pastor Alex Christian.
Well, it is a privilege and honor and humbled to be here with you to pray with you all. Lord, we just come before you, God, and we just thank you for this opportunity to be here together and just to support and lift up all these people you have called for such a time as this. And we unite together to lift them up, to support them. We ask that you grant them wisdom, God, guidance and strength and courage. As we know they don't have an easy job, Lord, but you have called them, you equip them, you qualify them, and you support them. And we recognize this is a place where we are all united together through the power and the unity of your Spirit, Lord, as one people, as all are called as your children together, Lord. So we just pray, Lord, that as they go forward together, as they've already started together, Lord, tonight, that you will just continue, Lord, to let this be a place where all people are united together, Lord. Where is a place where in the midst of all that's going on and in our diversity, Lord, there is a beautiful calling and where all people are united as one. We pray, Lord God, that you would just guide every conversation tonight, even the tough decisions that are made, and it will be for the benefit of all, that voice for all people, Lord. Lord, use us. Let this be an expression of your love, of your grace in this community, Lord, where people are recognized and valued and loved and equipped, Lord, and all people are recognized, Lord, as your children together. We ask this in your name, Lord. Amen.
Welcome to Miami Lakes, Pastor, and thank you. Let's remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. Thank you, Vice Mayor. You may be seated. We have now Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. We all struggle at times in finding motivation to do things. Even things we like doing, we sometimes have to force ourselves to find the motivation to do it. Adding to our struggle, others work very hard to demotivate us too. Many times it is just because they are jealous of our opportunities and envious that they're not doing it themselves. But let me ask you, why allow them the pleasure of demotivating us? Tune out other voices of negativity whose interest is purely selfish and with the only intention of demotivating us from accomplishing the things we want to do. Make their attempts at demotivating you factors that motivate you to accomplish what you're setting out to do. So don't let others demotivate you. Stay motivated and accomplish things.
Thank you, Ariel. We always appreciate you setting the tone for our council meetings. We're on now to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Council, any deferrals, additions, deletions? Vice Mayor.
I'd like to pull item 10B out of consent, 10C out of consent, and 10E.
That is item 10B, 10C, and 10E. You beat me to 10E. I was pulling 10E as well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor. It was E or D?
E is in Echo, B is in Boy, C is in Charlie.
All right, any other deferrals, additions, deletions? Seeing none, is there any motions?
I'll move the order of business as amended.
I'll second.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano and Councilman Carlos Alvarez are here. Madam Clerk, Councilman Alvarez has an item that he would like to pull. I apologize, Council.
Mayor, I'll reopen. I make a motion to reopen the order of business.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Did you move up items 14A, 14B, 14C, or 14D after committee reports? Any of those items?
No, none.
I'd like to move up items 14A, 14B, 14C, and 14D after committee reports 8C.
After committee reports? So all new business items to after committee reports. Okay, before the consent calendar. So right now, we've pulled item 10B, 10C, 10E from the consent calendar, and we've moved all new business items to after committee reports, which we have 3 committee reports today. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll go ahead and move the items, the agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Madam Clerk, we're on to public comments.
Good evening. All comments or questions from this attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes, maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outburst in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of this meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. As a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid disruption of the proceedings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask from the audience, the physically attending audience, if you have a public comment, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Hi, it's Bonnie Cintron from Lewis Road in Miami Lakes. Good evening, council members. First, I'd like to thank the council, especially Councilman Dieguez and Fernandez, for the cul-de-sac, the action on the cul-de-sac planting. The residents really appreciate it. I have just 5 quick comments to make. That was number 1. Number 2, I'm eager to see whether or not the open forum listening sessions get a green light. I saw it on the agenda. I think that would be exactly what we need in the town, real open and informal communications, so I hope that comes to pass. Number 4, I saw a mention of self-driving taxis, and I think that, plus the scooters that we may soon be seeing zipping around the town, just seem out of place for Miami Lakes. I don't like that idea. Number 4, I just wanted to say I have been here since 1974, and it was not incorporated, but I have never heard of any property that did not have a deed restriction, because the Sangre Corporation or Graham Companies, whatever, they always had deed restrictions as far as I know. So it would be interesting to find out if you think there were places that never had deed restrictions. I never heard of any. And finally, and most importantly, please do not make any more zone changes in this town. No more tweaking of the master plan. No more upgrading a little bit so that we can have bigger developments. Not now or not in the future. We have grown beautifully enough, and many of us feel that we have lost that small town atmosphere that we all loved, and that's why we moved here. We just please are saying, don't make any more zone changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good afternoon. Brian Morera, 15853 Northwest 91st Court. Good evening, Council. Last month, I came and I spoke to you about the hospital proposal over on the corner of 87th Avenue and 154th Street. I come to you again this meeting. Number 1, Mr. Alvarez, you weren't at the last meeting, so address you personally to inform you that most of the town, at least from public opinion, has been overwhelmingly against this. On August 3rd, we recently held the town recently held a planning and zoning board meeting where this town hall was packed with residents. Can somebody tell me the last time a planning and zoning board meeting was packed with residents? It's probably not a long time ago, or it was probably not recent, because no one shows up to those meetings. Why? Because the residents are fired up about this. We don't want a hospital right next to residents. We don't want it whether it's a tower of 6 stories with a helipad or if it's an emergency department. Both bring the same kind of traffic, people from outside the town rushing into our town and clogging our streets, and it's just not warranted. I echo what Bonnie said. Our slogan is growing beautifully. Not just growing, but growing beautifully. One of the gems of Miami Lakes is the fact that it is a master planned community. But there's no point in being a master planned community if you don't follow the master plan. So, like Bonnie said, no further zoning changes, no expanding on what we currently have. We pay Miami Lakes taxes. We bought in Miami Lakes. We weren't trying to buy in Hialeah. We weren't trying to buy in Doral, overexpanded, crowded cities. Miami Lakes is great because it is a small town. Let's not lose that. If, and hopefully, or better yet, when, hopefully never if, Mount Sinai returns with a proposal, I ask that you all oppose it as well, just like the residents of this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Hello. My name is Raul Alonso, 15920 Northwest 83rd Place. I'm one of the residents that does not want an ER of any sort there. I'm here really just show resolve, but I'd like to make some insight that I have. I'm a physician. I'm a cardiologist. I've practiced in this area, just south of here, for 20 some odd years. And I can tell you, I don't want an ER in my backyard. I know what it means, the TV reporters, everything. And that is not why I live here. As a kid in South Florida, we were poor. I always wanted to live here. I didn't want Coral Gables. I didn't want, I got time. I didn't want to live anywhere else. I want to live here. And now that I can live here, I'm here. And now that I'm here, they want to take it away from me. I like Mount Sinai. I trained there. I know what they can do there. They can do that there. They can get ERs elsewhere, and they can ship their patients over there like they do everywhere. It doesn't have to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
You sure? Okay. I hope you guys really listen to what your residents say, because it's extremely important. Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place. Folks, I come here today, and by the way, good evening to all of you. I come to you, you've heard me talk about the same item, and last night I had a dream on this one, so I had to come back and bring it again so you guys, I can refresh on it. Manny, you could probably echo on this when you were out at my house about 2 years ago, maybe a little more than that, when I told you that this project of the canal restoration project was not going to work, that it was broken before we even started it. This phase one of this canal. Do you all have the same documents that I've got? Okay, great. So that way we can be on the same page. If you look on this page right here, we didn't number it, but this page right here is the back of my house and all the way across phase number one. So basically, it's just getting worse and worse. This is not even 2 years old. This one right here was what I recommended Manny to do. This one is over at 87th Avenue and 154th Street, and it's been there for over 10 years, solid, getting blasted every single day by the miners, and nothing is happening to it. This one doesn't get nowhere near as hit, and it's falling apart. I'd like to know who supervised this program. I mean, in every city in the county, in Miami-Dade County, when I've asked questions and start in front of that big chamber, I've had somebody to the right answer some questions. I know you can't answer them on this dais, but can somebody here tell me who supervised this low-quality job? Because it's only getting worse. I don't know what way to talk to you guys. I don't know if to talk to you softly. I don't know if to talk to you hardly. I don't know what way. Maybe the media, and that'll be the next. So we'll bring the media this week and let them show you on camera what it is that is happening. Maybe you'll see it better. So that's what I'm trying to ask you. Please, let's revisit this. We have $2 million, actually more than $2 million. I don't know who's responsible for these $2 million, but this, I'm going to be talking about this for a long, long time. Just remember this. This is going to be coming in front of all you for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, and our legal counsel for the town of Miami Lakes. My name is Neil Robinson. I have the pleasure and the honor of serving as the chairperson for the town of Miami Lakes Cultural Affairs. Today, I am so pleased to be joined by the Reverend Alex Christen, who is the new pastor of Miami Lakes Methodist Church. The reason that it is so great for him to be joining me this evening is that I'm here to extend an invitation to each of you and to those in the listening and viewing audience to join the town of Miami Lakes Cultural Affairs as we host again this year the Symphony of the Americas. These are internationally trained classic musicians that comprise this orchestra. They will be here, hosted again by the Methodist Church on August the 14th, Saturday, August the 14th at 7 p.m. We extend a hearty welcome to all of you to please join us this evening, that evening I should say, because it's going to be an incredible evening. They perform, they're about 25 to 30 members strong, and it is just an incredible evening to join. And thanks to the town of Miami Lakes mayor and council, those funds that we use to put this event on is provided by this town. We, just to give you some indication, this orchestra is so great that the night before they come to us on a Friday night, they perform in West Palm Beach. And the fee that they charge is so much more than they charge us. But because they have been coming to us for more than 10 years, they always give us a reduced price. And so I extend to you again an opportunity to come out and have a great culturally enriching evening by just savoring this great orchestra, Symphony of the Americas. And so I simply wanted to come and share that with you this evening. And again, we look forward to seeing you in the place. I'd also like to say that it is so essential because we're expecting a large turnout that each individual who is interested in coming or planning to attend to go on Eventbrite and register so that by Friday we will have a number in place about how many people we can expect. But it's free to the public, thanks to the town of Miami Lakes and its elected officials and its manager. So again, the date is Saturday, August the 14th at 14800 Northwest 67th Avenue at the United Methodist Church here in the town of Miami Lakes. So please join us, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Pastor. We'll see you on Saturday. I know Bonnie's going to be there. We'll be there.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. This is my first ever meeting here in the town of Miami Lakes. My name is Danny Nieves. I'm the Artistic Director over at the Main Street Players. Our address is 6766 Main Street. So the real reason I'm here today is to let you guys know that MSP is moving. So the Graham companies reached out to us about a month ago, and they want us to relocate to the Victoria's Secret space. And I guess the real reason why I'm informing you guys is because we're obviously going to need help in fundraising. Main Street Players has been around for 47 years. It is the longest continuous running theater in South Florida. We're in the preliminary budgetary phases. Tomorrow I have a walkthrough with the construction manager and the architect, and we're continuing the process of like budgeting and all that good stuff. I'm hopeful, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come to this meeting today, to kind of get a feel for how this works and all this process, so that maybe in the next meeting or the one after, we can get on the agenda once MSP has a better idea of how much fundraising is going to need and how much support from the community and the town we're going to need. Obviously, we're going to have our normal fundraiser where we reach out to our donors, but you know, this is an extra expense that MSP was not obviously counting on, and we really hope to have you guys' support. I know how much the theater means to the community. It's not just the plays that we put on; it's the kids camp that we do. It's the other outreach opportunities and things that we do for people in the community. So I hope that we continue to have your support, and that just like we're working with the Grahams hand in hand, we can also work with the town hand in hand, and that we just have your continued support.
No, sounds good. And that's a great move, moving to that end cap, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're looking forward to it, so.
And we'll set up a meeting with Neil Robinson, who's just here, who's the chair of our Cultural Affairs Committee.
Perfect, yeah. Charles James is on our board. I don't know.
Got it, perfect.
Yeah,
Charlie's a good friend, so.
Yeah, all right, thank you guys.
Congratulations. Yep.
Hello, my name is Janex de Rio. My address is 15922 Northwest 87th Court. We live in inside Satori. My family and I, we moved from Pembroke Pines about 3 years ago, and we were very excited to be just 4 minutes away from our business. And liking the whole fact that we have a small town, I had to move in my teenager kids into the whole environment of moving down here, so it was a big decision, and I thought it was the best one. And now with the whole situation with the hospital, it's making it a little bit challenging for us. And I would really like to reach out to all of you and actually think about this and consider the fact that this is not what we need. The town doesn't need another hospital, or big or small. We don't need an emergency room. Emergency room is noisy, and it brings a lot of traffic into that area. So that's one thing that I wanted to bring in. The other thing that I wanted to bring in, we're missing a light on 87th, on the entrance of Satori on 87th. There was an accident there, and that was dropped. It's missing completely. There's a little pole there. That doesn't belong to the Satori HOA, and it doesn't belong to the Center Lake CDD. So we're assuming it belongs to the town. And I would like to know who we can reach on the town to have that replaced, because it hasn't been replaced and it's been over a year. So maybe one of you can reach out to me and tell me what's the best way to get it resolved. That's it. Thank you.
Got it. We'll follow up with you and with Brian on that, so.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Boris Foster, 15221 Menteith Place. By the way, what Bonnie said about the landscaping and the cul-de-sacs, I didn't know what was responsible, but it's really wonderful. I can't wait for 3 or 4 months when it's starting to grow. I'm here about the proposed Mount Sinai Hospital First, I want to thank the council for fighting for the residents in Miami Lakes West. There's an ongoing lawsuit with the 170th Street Bridge. It's what you've done with the park and other actions you've taken to keep the 154th Street Bridge closed. This council has taken on the county, taken on a much larger neighboring city, and others to keep that area, the traffic, to keep it really livable, and really appreciate what this council has done. And I appreciate the fights that they not backing down what this council has just taken on. In regards to Mount Sinai, this might be a difficult fight. However, I think this council has to engage in that fight. A hospital and an emergency room would be a disaster for the residents. And I also think it would be a disaster for the case that you have to keep the 170th Street Bridge closed and 154th Street. It's going to be, the equities are going to change drastically if there's a hospital and emergency room. So I think it's really all-encompassing. If you keep the bridges, I think that's important to keep the bridges closed, to keep the residents from having to endure that traffic. It's also important not to change the zoning to allow the hospital and an emergency room on that that vacant lot adjacent to Centauri. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any more in-person public comments, but we do have, I see in my monitor, the remote public comments. So if you are here for public comments, you're virtually, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to our meeting.
Esperanza Reynolds.
Welcome, Ms. Reynolds. You may speak.
Thank you. 8465 Mendiez Terrace. First, we need to express disappointment because we submitted a public records request to the Office of the Mayor that was not answered. Our questions center around a rather vague new business item memo to discuss deed restrictions. Literally, we object to that. We need to communicate well. The council has discussed agenda memos to prevent one-liners that are not explicit. So how are we to provide intelligent comments when we don't even know what the item is about? Second, we support the proposed blasting advisory board bike ride. Third, we congratulate the building ad hoc committee for a superb job to develop recommendations that we hope are adopted. The main objective is to evolve Town Hall into a customer-centric organization, to provide customers with excellence in communications, to ensure access to complete information, and to encourage that all emails be answered within a 24-hour period. One recommendation that the group came up with gives us pause for concern, and that is, they say, lack of coordination with HOA or perception of lack of interest to enforce HOA covenants. The recommendation is to place the responsibility of compliance with HOA covenants where it belongs. It reads between the homeowner and the HOA. But all we have to say to that is where it's always been. So since incorporation, the town continues to approve changes to the Code of Ordinance, many of which are not permitted by governing documents, which for the most part have remained static for decades. In Lake Ellen, for example, we're amending governing documents, 4 amendments, and we shall know the outcome of the vote by the 17th of August. But let's be very clear. If the town of Miami Lakes issues a permit to a homeowner who has failed to come before the board of directors to obtain an approval letter, this means that the project is permitted to proceed without HOA approval, which means that it is aiding property owners to feel emboldened to disregard HOA deed restrictions. And finally, we are against the Mount Sinai Hospital next to our homes. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Anyone else participating virtually? that would like to provide us with a public comment, please unmute yourself now and provide us with your name and address, and you may speak. Mayor, I don't think we have more public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no further public comments, public comments is closed. We're moving on to committee reports. We have before we move on to committee reports, we have appointments. There are no appointments today. So we have item 8A, Education Advisory Board, Chair Pineda.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Council, Councilwoman. I'm here today to report on the EAB. We have a couple things that we have on our agenda here. First, we have the request for funding for Barbara Goldman from the $100,000 that we had allocated. We have $30,000 that we would like Barbara Goldman to receive for the study carrels that we had discussed. These are study carrels that are not only going to add some privacy for the children, but it's also going to add seating, much needed seating to the media center that we need at Barbara Goldman with the amount of capacity of children that we had. These study carrels are going to be permanently secured to the ground, and there are going to be a fixture to the media center for years to come. So it's something that's not going to be moved. It's never going to be relocated. From the height of the study carrels, they have to be affixed to the ground permanently. So it's not something that's going to be moved. We do need those funds to be allocated to the principal special purpose account in order for them to have this project going. Any questions on that one?
Councilman Ron.
Thank you, Mario. What is a study carrel? I'm so sorry, I have no idea
No.
what it is.
Imagine a study carrel, if you may. It's a kind of an S laying down. So you have one side that has a seating that the student can sit in and be privately studying there. And then on the other side of it, there's another seating as well. So it's enough privacy, but enough that staff and faculty can keep an eye on them. But it's enough for them to sit there, be able to study on their own, have a little bit of privacy on their own time.
And these will be installed in the media center?
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion, council, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we have the request for $14,367 moved from the tutoring account to the principal special purpose account on Miami Lakes Middle. These funds would be used to enhance the auditorium with lighting and so on. We did give them already a check for the sound system, but the auditorium is in much needed of upgraded situation. The flooring is terrible. It's warped with water. The sound system, it's really old. The lighting, they had lighting there about a year ago from a church. They used to use it, but once the church left, they took the lighting. So they have no lighting, no flooring. So they would like to ask for these $14,367 that we had given in the past for the tutoring account. This is amounts that had been given over years. They haven't been able to use it because they use money from the county. So this money has been sitting there. The principal would like to use it for the special purposes for the auditorium. So that is one of the ideas she has. The rest of the money, if she has left over, is going to be used to improve the dance studio that also needs some upgrading.
I'll make a motion to transfer $14,367 from the tutoring account to the principals.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion on this, council? Any discussion? Councilman Ron.
This is for Miami Lakes Middle, so this is in addition to the funding that we approved for their auditorium?
Correct.
Okay, and what is it that the funding that we approved will be used for?
The funding for we approve is going for the first $10,000 is going for the sound system. They have no sound. The rest of this 14,000 will be going for the flooring and for the lighting.
Okay. And this is tutoring funds that they have been given in previous years that they have not used for tutoring?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'm opposed.
There is one no vote, Madam Clerk, that is Councilwoman Ruano. The motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we have the approval of a yearly award of excellence. The EAB would like to do a yearly award of excellence, education award of excellence. We would like our awards to celebrate some of the most extraordinary local in 10 different categories. Some of these students, not only students, teachers, get recognized throughout the year in schools. You know, they always get recognized. The one with the highest GPA, the one that does the most in school is always involved. There's some kids and teachers that we believe that are overseen. And just like we have the Woman of Distinction Award, this is something that the EB would like to do in 10 different categories. The town would be the one selecting the individual or the student for that category and so on.
I'll move it.
Are there any seconds on the table?
Second.
There's a second virtually by Councilman Rodriguez. Discussion on this item, council. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Mr. Chair. Just wanted a bit more information as far as, you know, do we know what those 10 categories are going to be? What is the cost of the award? Is this something already budgeted for, or is this something you're asking us to approve as part of the budget that will be put together?
As of now, we have 10 categories. Those 10 categories are being, you know, we're narrowing down. We had 12, we're narrowing them down. As far as budget, we're looking right now to just get the award going with the approval of the council. Once we get that going, we're looking for probably sponsorship with outside the town with some of the awards. Not necessarily are we asking for funding. We do have some available funds in our budget for events. But at the moment, we are not asking for any funding. We are just asking for us to be able to have this award throughout. Obviously, it's a year process, so we're in the early stages of it.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item, council? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. Lastly, we have the request to add a high school student non-voting member to the AAB. We feel that students are the greatest stake in the education, but have little to say in how it is delivered. So we feel that having a student from the town would be an excellent insight into how AAB not only does certain things, but it would be great for them to be part of the discussion. We're not asking for a voting member. We're just asking for a student within the town for us to have some insight in the educational purpose, in situations going in schools. They're the ones that are getting the education. They are the ones that are going to the schools. So we would like to have that insight on the AAB.
Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
There's a motion and second discussion. Councilman Ruano, and then Vice Mayor Cuellar.
My only question, I'm assuming that it's going to be everybody's question. How do we nominate someone for that? Like who? Because usually it's like we each get a nominee. So how do we?
Our thought was we put it up to the community for applications. Once we have everybody's application, we do how we do the Graham scholarship. We don't have names. We review the application, and from there, the EAB decides on the member.
I mean, I think it's a great idea. I'd love to have more students on the. I mean, if we could do more than one, that'd be great. I think it's any student that wants to participate in that process, just like we have in the Youth Activities Task Force. I'd love to have more students participate. So as many applications as you get, I think that we should, if they're non-voting members, we should allow them all to participate if possible.
Thank you.
My comments were similar to Councilwoman Ruano's comments. And what I've seen in other boards is when you have non-voting members, you can have an advisory board. And you can actually request one student from each school and then have at least one member represented on the board. So you have the inclusion of every single school, but that one seat represents that body. So it's a student advisory body on your board. So if you're going to craft that, I think that's one way that you can implement her recommendations. Still have that one seat. They represent that body, but they're an advisory board and they have representatives from different schools. So that's one way that you can get your.
So have them form advisory board and then one member for them join.
Ask each of the schools to send a representative. They have their own kind of body and they're represented by that one board seat, so to speak. So it's one way for you to accomplish what you're doing without necessarily having that board become too cumbersome, because you only have a 7-board panel here, right? And you're going to have, at least 5 different schools. I don't know what your cutoff is. I'm assuming.
We definitely didn't want the overcrowding of the board, so I definitely like the idea of your saying they create their own board and then one member comes to our meeting as a representative from the schools.
That's one way that I've seen it deployed. In general, I'm supportive of the idea. It's one way for you to incorporate her comments into the.
I definitely will take it back to the committee on that idea. I for one, I like the idea. I think it would be great. That way they have their advisory board and they come back to us on representing all the schools in the area.
For the purpose of though implementing, would this be something that, and I guess the town attorney, I know we're represented today with Lorenzo, would this be one of the things that we can add? I know we're revisiting the committee rules. Committee resolutions would have to change. Is this something that we would change for that purpose? Is this one of the things that we can add to the revamp of the rules?
Yes.
Okay, so if that can come back as part of the package, I know we're relooking at committee rules. Certain committees have different asks. Maybe that's one of the things that we can do to kind of.
In that aspect, but we'd have to form a new committee with the.
One of the things that you could look at is 2 things. One is the committee rules themselves, but B, take a look at the resolution that formed the EAB and amend that.
Got it. So amend the resolution that formed the EAB to have that ex officio member or body.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess Mr. Lorenzo, we'll talk after or some other time, I guess, on how to proceed with that.
Sure, we can have that conversation together with Mr. Cardenas and.
I'll support a new business item in the future if need be. I'm pretty sure you'll have more than plenty of people willing to sponsor that if you need to reopen that resolution.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have another suggestion for you, and I'm a little biased as a former chair of the Youth Activities Task Force. Something else that you may want to consider is asking the YATF to nominate a student member. It would be somebody that's already a committee member. It would be already somebody that's already brought up to speed on Sunshine, and then that would be their representative on the EAB. That might be a little bit more practical than some of the other things, but something for you to consider.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item, council? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good
Thank you,
evening.
Chairman. Thank you for all your work and to the entire community. We're on to the Blasting Advisory Board. The Blasting Advisory Board is not here at the moment. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct, Mayor.
I'm guessing they'll be coming by a little bit later. I'll send them a message.
I'll move to table the item until.
That's fine.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the Building Ad Hoc Committee. Mr. Fernandez Guzman, welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to join you this evening and share with you some of the work that the Ad Hoc Committee performed during our tenure. Before I do anything else, I'd like to thank the group that was involved in this effort. There were 5 individuals that gave up a good amount of time and a good amount of effort to get these suggestions in place. Germán Curé, who is here with us, Ricardo Gonzalez, who is also here with us, Eric Trias, who is a very capable chair but could be joining us today, and Luis Senra, who also participated actively and was poorly tasked, the poor man, with being the secretary. We owe Luis a lot of thanks. The purpose of this committee, as I understood it when we first began the work, was to be very focused on the customer centrism involved in the building department and to understand as much as we could the processes that were getting in the way of perhaps serving the community as well as we could as an entity, and perhaps engaging and exchanging and making information available to the folks that are stakeholders in that process. I want to thank Manager Peterman. I want to thank the staff from the building department, because I have to tell you, anytime you have an ad hoc committee making recommendations, everyone sits back and says, oh no, we don't want to hear that. And on the contrary, they were very open, they were very cooperative, they were receptive, and they took it with the best of constructive position, which is a way to take these things. If you're really going to look at it objectively, you have to look at it that way. There were 19 specific recommendations that I'll share with you. You have it in front of you, I think, in the way of a matrix. So I will try to summarize as best I can, because if not, we'll be here a long time, and I don't think you're ready for it, and neither am I. So the first recommendation had to do with lack of process map for customers and professionals to really get a feel for the process involved in permitting. And what we're recommending is that we publish a process map that includes stated SLAs. SLAs are service level standards for how a permit will be handled, the completion and stage and step of every permit application, and that we provide guidance on how best to respond to comments for both professional and residents throughout that process. And I think the whole purpose of that is to eliminate the black box, if you will, of a permit in the concept of how it's processed, how it goes through, understanding the dynamics of what time it takes for each step, and then maintaining information actively on each step for each stakeholder involved in the permitting process. If you wish, we can handle questions as you'd like. If you'd like to handle questions one at a time as we go through the suggestions, Mr. Mayor, I would be glad to do that. If not, we can do
Carlos,
it.
whatever you're more comfortable
Whatever
with.
is
Council,
most comfortable for you.
You can all just jump in. Just jump in. And
I'm sorry, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have a question. We're going to be adopting these recommendations as a whole, or I have a question on the process, because I've read through them, but there's a lot.
Yes, there's 19 of them.
Right. So are we going to adopt them as a whole? Are we going to tweak? I mean, there's some that I've gone through them, and there's some that I'm okay with, some that I'm not. I don't know how we're going to.
Personally, let the presentation go. Then, if you guys feel strongly that you don't want to even discuss one, we can make motions.
Yeah, Commissioner Arano, we unfortunately can't dictate what the process should be, but we can certainly recommend that you evaluate each one for their value and apply it accordingly. It is purely constructive recommendations.
Absolutely. I was just asking my colleagues how they wanted to address it, but I watched your last meeting, which is where you kind of adopted all of them and tweaked them all, so I'm somewhat familiar with them, but I just wanted to find out what the process was going to be on our end.
So you were there for the sausage making. Okay. Okay, always is. Another issue that we identified was the lack of access to a central point of information when people are interacting with the permit department. And quite honestly, the building department tends to be a bit of a labyrinth for folks that are not familiar with it. It's kind of like, again, making sausage in the dark, right, in a box. So we thought it would behoove every resident who applies for a permit to actually an account be created for that resident in the system, so that they can go to one focal point where they can engage with the building department, find out what the process is, where the permit stands. You have the capacity to create these accounts in the system. Actually, you have what amounts to a pretty interesting system. That system enables you to create the account at the time the permit is filed. From that point on, that resident or that contractor can go right to that account and always see what's going on with that permit or others. And it's the concept of creating a central point of exchange and interaction, as opposed to having to go search for the permit number. No, much easier to just right off the bat create the account, give them a temporary passport, have them change it when they get home, and let them go on their merry way to have access to the system in its full capacity. One of the issues we identified during the process was also the lack of enforcement with respect to contact information for all stakeholders applying for permits. And it was really interesting to go through that process, right? So one of the things that we asked was, so what happens when you have to get back to somebody? Well, sometimes we don't have the email. Sometimes we don't have the cell number. Sometimes we don't have the contact number at home. Well, we recommend that no application be put into place without every single point of information for every participant in the permitting process, including contractor and stakeholders, be present in the file. It has to be present. If the application is incomplete, you're only creating a bottleneck and a problem down the road. So our recommendation is do not move forward with a permit without all of the contact information being included in the permit process from the get-go. It'll ease a lot of issues down the line as people need to reach back to stakeholders, reach back to contractors, and it'll ensure that everyone involved in the process is constantly informed. We talked a little bit about the concept of the perception of the business department as being a little bit disconnected, so we recommended a creation of a concierge service that will allow applicants to contact one designated individual in the building department as the point of contact. And for those of you who are wondering, well, how are we going to do that, right? It's critical for stakeholders to be able to engage with one person and let that person control the information and the contact flow back and forth. Because if not, it's, I need to speak to Mayor Sid for one thing, I need to speak to Commissioner Ruano for the other. No. Let someone own the process, let someone engage with the citizen, get back to them when they need to, be the point of contact for answering questions. And even if they don't have the answer, it's still they own that application. And it's critical. It works very well in the business world when you're able to embrace the concept of, I'm going to own the process for that resident or that stakeholder from soup to nuts, and they're not going to have to be chasing other people around in the department. The current system, this is another one of the items we noticed, the current system that you have actually appears to be a fairly robust system. Unfortunately, like every software and every system I've ever seen implemented, you buy it, you think it's wonderful when you buy it, you think it has a lot of capabilities when you buy it, and then you use about 30% of it. It's just it's a way of life. So we are recommending that you do a very, very, very deep dive into your system, once again revisit all of the core competencies of the system, and implement as much as possible the online capabilities of the system so that permits can be filed online, so that appointments can be made online, and so that access to the information is readily available online. It appears that the system also has capacity to blast information back to the stakeholders through the process. Again, explore every possible capacity, capability of that system, go through a deep dive for the next 12 months or so, and then identify what you can implement that makes sense to make the process efficient, effective, and most importantly, informative and easy to navigate through. You want as little friction as possible when people are interacting with the building department. I go to a mechanism for the township to actually do communications and be a conduit for the department to regularly report on the building department's performance. And this is critical. You know, one of the things that we found is a lot of people don't know. How many permits are you processing? How long does it take to process a permit? How many permits are you denying? What type of permits are you approving? It's a constant battle of being in a world where the stakeholder, the resident, the contractor isn't really aware of what volumes you're dealing with. Publish it. Communicate it. If it doesn't go right and you're not meeting the SLAs, the service level agreements that you establish with the community, report it. In other words, report the good and the bad. Anytime you report the good and the bad, you end up with a pretty good process. Anytime you choose to report one or the other, you're in trouble, right? So the concept here is create a mechanism through your various conduits of information to the residents that constantly reminds them what that building department is doing, how it's performing, what some of the challenges are, and if you're not performing at the par, express your apologies and move forward on how you're going to change it. But it's got to be a constant messaging mechanism for you to engage that building department with the folks in your customer base, if you will. Appointments online. So it seemed like one of the real interesting observations was I can't seem to get an appointment with anybody unless I come to City Hall. In today's world, that's not the way it works, right? You have to be able to book appointments online. You have to be able to plan your day in a way that you can engage with an online system that allows you to say, look, I want to meet with an official. I want to do it on this day. Can I do it via an online appointment? And can you get back to me? Or can I give you alternative dates? So we're asking you to explore the capacity of the system, its current way, and some expansions that can be done to the system to accept appointments online for your building officials. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a controversial one. The concept of your policies, you've got some real good policies in the department with respect to getting back to folks returning emails. They're great policies in writing. Unfortunately, they're not necessarily always adhered to, right? So you have a policy that you're going to answer emails and calls in 24 hours. But it's not being used as an arm or an element of evaluating how personnel is doing in customer service annually or whenever they get a performance appraisal. So a recommendation of the group is build that into the evaluation process. People need to be held accountable for that promise that the department is making, live up to it. Also incentivize it. Don't use a hammer. Incentivize them. Make it a way that they can earn certain benefits as a result of maintaining a constant vigilance over that customer service response time, that engagement response time that's so critical. The next one is really controversial. During open comments, and Esperanza, who was, Hope Reynolds, who was also very active throughout the process in her public comments, one of the key issues, one of the elements that came up was the HOA issue. And we did some homework, we did some research, and we kind of checked around the country. And what we found is that the majority of the towns and municipalities and cities just don't engage in the process of trying to enforce HOA restrictions. It's impossible. Unfortunately, it is neither your place or your legal capacity to do so. So what we recommend is that capable town council develop an attestation process where in the permit application, the homeowner attests to the fact that they've either gone to the association and guaranteed that there is no need for an approval from the association and attest to that, or that they've gone to the association, there was a requirement and they've met that requirement and received approval. That attestation gives the HOA the power then to say, wait a minute, you got the permit falsely, if you will. You didn't do what you were supposed to do with us. Put the burden back on where it belongs, which is the burden belongs between the homeowner and the association.
I believe we have something like that in place. There's an affidavit that's part of the application.
I believe not for all applications. I believe it's for some. Well, at least I understood it that way.
I think it's part of the permit package, is it not?
Yeah, and it's mostly, hey, if you have an HOA, it's really an affidavit having the homeowner acknowledge, if you have an HOA, be aware that there may be rules that are not covered, and you need to get HOA approval.
What our research led is an attestation affirmatively, or in other words, it's a very clear attestation, not be aware of the HOA. It's a very clear attestation that if there is, you've received the approval before moving forward, and if there isn't, you're good, right? So just review it and tighten it up as much as you can. We didn't see that language. We didn't understand that language to be there. So just tighten it as much as we can. That's what other municipalities seem to have done and done so very effectively.
If I can chime in for a second, I've actually had the pleasure of pulling 2 permits in the last year or so. One of the permits that I pulled, I was given the affidavit. The other one I wasn't. So I think the affidavit exists, the form exists, the consistency is maybe what we need to look at.
Yeah. And consistency and making it as tight as you can in the language. We recommend that several SLA, service level agreements, be developed between every single department that interacts with building, and one depends on the other. SLAs are very helpful in establishing the expected timelines and expected turnarounds from people who work with each other. Just like you're going to establish a service level agreement with a community that says a permit should take no longer than 60 days, or a permit should take no longer than 30 days, and these processes should take no longer than 3 days, you should have that internally between departments that are essentially acting in interdependency of each other, and with the inspectors and other areas that feed into the building department. Why? It's the only way to be able to hold people accountable. So establish a process to essentially annually go over your service level agreements with the folks you interact with, tweak them accordingly. If they're not working, change them a little bit, and then have an accountability mechanism that says, well, you know, inspectors, once a year, you're not meeting the SLAs, guess what? We're going to have a chat, right? The accountability is a very important element of that. Let's see. Variance windows. And this is another area where we were very strong in. So it is impossible to maintain schedules that are specific and fixed in the world of inspections and in the world of building and in the world of customer service, period. But you need to establish windows or parameters for variance, right? So how you set the expectations to the stakeholder and the customer is as important as delivery. Because if you set the wrong expectations, like we discussed time and time again, if I tell you I'm going to get something done in 24 hours and I get it done in 16 hours, I'm a wonderful guy. If I tell you I'm going to get it done in 24 hours, I get it done in 36, I'm a lousy human being, right? And that's the way it works. So you need to set windows of expectations for which your service is going to be delivered with some error and some miss, if you will, built into it. And the public has to hold you accountable to that. So by that I mean inspections, for an example. An inspection will take place within X number of days of, as opposed to an inspection will take 1 day. No, the 1 day is not going to be met. You're going to miss it. So set the windows properly so the expectations are correct and you can be evaluated accordingly. So those windows are very, very important. A survey process was recommended as well. Well, before I get there, consistency. So another issue that we have, we discussed at length, is the concept of consistency within the department and consistency in the delivery of decisions and consistency in how you evaluate code. And this came primarily from the contractors that were involved in the process that said, look, I can't come one day and you tell me that this is okay, and then I can't come the next day and you tell me that it's not okay, and you keep moving on me, right? There is subjectivity. We recognize that. But try to narrow that subjectivity down as much as you can and get as consistent as you can, and also understand and evaluate how other municipalities are behaving and what they will accept and how they will behave in that subjectivity. One of the things that was fascinating was we were talking early on in the process about, well, competition. And in the building department early on said, we have no competition. So really? So think about this for a second, right? If I'm a homeowner and I want to buy in Miami Lakes, and I know I'm going to have to do a lot of work in my home, right? And I have another municipality right down the street, which kind of feels pretty good about same general feel. And I know they're a little bit better with respect to building and permitting. I have a decision to make. I actually have a choice. And anytime you have a choice, you have a customer. Same happens with contractors. And we explain this in the process. So when a contractor says, you know, the process in Miami Lakes isn't really what I want. Time is money. I can't work with the Miami Lakes Building Department. I have a choice. I can go work someplace else and get the work done quicker, cleaner, with consistency, or I can deal with some issues in Miami Lakes. Again, because they have a choice, they are a customer. And they can say, I'm not going to work in Miami Lakes. So the concept here is try to make it as consistent, as steady as possible so that the contract, first of all, feels like you're doing the best within the scope of what you can kind of decide one way or the other, and more importantly, with respect to other municipalities that you're in competition with for that resident buying the property and making the improvements. A survey was recommended that be handed to all of your, or upon completion of the process, so that your residents and your contractors have a way to give you feedback for the building department. We think it is absolutely critical that the building department receive not only feedback from the customer at the end of the process, but from the contractors as well. And the key performance indicators for both are completely different, right? So contractor, time is money. Accuracy is money. Consistency is money. Customer, speed, but did I get the information? Did they treat me right? Were they understanding when I didn't understand something? Did they explain things to me? Did they make it clear? They're going to evaluate the building department completely different. Both have to evaluate it on a regular basis and be given that input, and the building department should, on a regular basis, look at that and adjust the process accordingly. That survey is critical because the stakeholders feel like they have a voice. We also recommended internal sessions, and this is critical in any department that is, to a certain degree, a factory. Sit once a year as a group and evaluate what you're doing as a process map, evaluate what you're doing as a procedure, evaluate what you're doing as a customer service plan, and adjust it accordingly. But have the discipline to do that self-evaluation every single year. Don't let it slip on you. Don't let it go by. Have the same process to sit with you folks once a year and say, all right, you're hearing from the constituents. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Where can we make it better? That process should be an annual process, at the very least, where that exchange of, if you will, evaluation and candid discussion will help a long ways to eliminate any misconceptions, misinformation, and more importantly, will set the expectations right. Strongly recommend that the department put together a mission statement that clearly and very deliberately defines how they are essentially, and more importantly than anything, here for the resident. They are here to enforce rules, enforce the code, the code as according to the building code, but however, they're here to also service that customer. So make it a customer-friendly, a customer-strong statement. That mission statement has to be strong, and it has to be published and made aware to the residents, and you have to live by it. Contractors. In spite of the fact that I do a lot in a building in my business, and I do a lot of work with contractors, when it comes to my home, can I tell you the God's honest truth? I wouldn't know who to call for all the tea in China. It just doesn't happen. If the city could, if the township could, provide some guidance with respect to contractors that adhere to the rules and play by the law and essentially are in good standing. Actually, we saw it in other places. It is a good standing list as opposed to endorsement. It's just a list. Consider it. We can't tell you what to do. Check it out. But it is very helpful for a resident to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to log on to the website and see the ones that are considered well-behaved, the ones that are adhering to the rules, playing by the rules. Not an endorsement in any way.
Can you repeat exactly what it is that you want us to look into?
So what we want you to look at is the possibility of I guess you could call it a good behavior list. Yeah, just a list of contractors that are in good standing with the city or the town.
Okay.
Okay? You can see it in other places, and traditionally, there are people that haven't had penalties, haven't had issues with licensing, haven't had...
The only reason why I say that is because I tried to get a recommendation once, and I also tried to have someone blacklisted from this town because I received phone calls from several residents saying, this person took me for a ride, and then it was the same company that took another resident for a ride, and I was told by our building department that the only thing that can be done was, I guess, go through the state and file a complaint through the DBPR or whatnot, but that the town could neither ban them from working here, nor could they recommend. Like if I'm gonna do a roof now, I can't call the building department and ask them,
and you're
tell
right.
me who's a good roofer.
We saw the same thing. We saw exactly the same thing. You can't say the good roofer, you can't say the well-behaved roofer that's in good standing with the town. Right?
I feel like that's the same thing though.
No, one is an endorsement, and the other one is nothing more than they behave. They've worked within our parameters. Their permits are in order. They haven't had disciplinary issues. They haven't. Check it out. It's been done in other places.
Just throwing something out there. What if that feedback comes not from the building department, but from the customers, right?
You can actually do it from the survey, and that's a very good point.
From the residents.
Yeah, you can actually.
So it's not our building department,
Right, but it shouldn't be on our website. It shouldn't.
That's the problem.
Right, it shouldn't be linked. At least for me, and this is not the first time that I oppose something like that. I did it with the mental health awareness as well. I don't like to link vendors to our any kind of our website or anything like that. First of all, because it can backfire on us, right? You might have a great person that's in great standing, and then have a resident have a bad experience, and then contact us and say, well, I got him from your good standing list. Like, I'd rather completely be separate. You can go to Angie's List, you can go to any of these other things and kind of get a recommendation. But I was under the impression that it wasn't allowed to be done.
It's a suggestion that we had only because we know, and we palpably felt, how people are just at a loss. They don't know who to deal with, and unfortunately...
I agree. I tried to do it myself because I was lost. I agree.
No, I can appreciate it, and it's actually valiant that you did try to do it. The two last suggestions, and there's more. I'm trying to be as brief as I can because I know you have a lot more things to deal with. But all of these suggestions go into a lot more depth in the matrix. There's two last points that were really made with respect to things that were not related to the building department's customer-centric focus. One, strong recommendation that we push hard for plumbing system inspections to be included in the certification, 40 and 30-year certifications, or however certifications are going to change. Not just here, but at the county level. We really do believe that that's a must, and they're not included. They're simply not included in today's world. And then the other is, we definitely urge the council to make a very strong point to the county that you must be present at the table through all of the changes that are going to take place for the recertification process and the changes that are going to happen as a result of Champlain Towers and other issues that are arriving. You need to be at the table. So what we're asking is for you to be as proactive as you can to make sure that the county includes you as a stakeholder, because it's the municipalities at the end of the day that are going to have to enforce it, and the municipalities are going to have to live with it. And I think it's critical that you not allow yourselves to be relegated to a spectator in the football game. You need to be kind of making the play on the line, right? So I've tried to do it as quickly as I can. There's a lot of material in this matrix that you should be able to pick up a lot more depth from. It was an effort totally and completely to increase your customer centrism and develop a better relationship with the resident and everyone who has to deal with the building department. Establish a concept of everyone as a customer. Everyone deserves that attention, and everyone here can receive it if you do it right.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to recommend that we make a motion to accept all 19 recommendations from the Building Ad Hoc Committee.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Out of respect to Councilman Rodriguez, who is a sponsor, is there anything else you want to add, Councilman Rodriguez?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to help you in any way we can. And by the way, I've been a resident here since 1987. Couldn't be happier. Love this place dearly. I tell people often, kidding around, that I don't have a compound, but I have a hood because every one of my kids lives within 6 blocks of my house. So I'm very happy with my hood.
Oh, no, you're not going anywhere, because I think there's going to be multiple questions
Sure.
going your way.
Sure.
And I'll pass it over to Councilman Rodriguez, who made a motion and who's the sponsor of the committee.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all 5 members of this committee. When I put this together and proposed this, I had expectations of what we could achieve. And they absolutely exceeded every single one of my expectations with the clarity, the discussions that they had. Unfortunately, as many of you know, I wasn't able to attend the latter part of the meetings. My mom recently was ill and recently passed away, so I wasn't able to attend the last few meetings, but I did watch them all, and I was extremely impressed and very happy with everything that each of the members brought to the table and the way they organized it. And as you can tell by the presentation alone, that it was extremely detailed. So first of all, thank you very, very much to every single one of the members who took the time out of their schedules to participate. So I really have nothing further to add. I think you did a great job laying them out. I know we may have discussions on a couple of the items, but obviously, as my motion stated, I would like the staff to consider recommendations for all 19 recommendations for implementation in the building department.
Got it. Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, there's a motion and a second on the table. Continued discussion, and there's opportunities for amendments if needed. We have the Vice Mayor, then Councilman Dieguez.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, I think you've done an excellent job, very eloquent job of making a presentation. Customer service and touch points throughout the system, and engagement and communication are really the takeaways. If you really have to boil this down to maybe three points that I think are resonating with me, that's really what's about. And I would emphasize communication and back and forth, two-way, right? And I think we're very good at maybe taking in information, sometimes maybe getting back out, because those are the complaints that come to us, right? Mm-hmm. When we have a resident complaint. I'm going to tell you right now, and this is not to toot our horn, but 90% of the time, I would tell you that maybe some of the ways that issues are presented to us are not necessarily factually right. And I think there's some fault there, maybe, like you said, maybe the expectation on the resident. Contractors are not always honest, right? And I think sometimes they play that, right? And that lack of communication coming out of the building department, or maybe that lack of communication to the actual customer sometimes gets played against them to maybe extend timelines, because like you said, time is money. And I think they take advantage of that sometimes. From the contractors that I spoke about, they've always highlighted that this has been a good, well-operating city compared to other cities. So I think whatever we do tonight is going to enhance that from a customer level, customer service expectation, and I appreciate that and appreciate the work that you guys put in. I'm very impressed with the comments, as Councilman Rodriguez said. I do want to make sure that we're not getting into some unintended consequences. One of the Angie's List, so to speak, I want to make sure that that passes muster with whatever legal criteria. I think that's an important thing, that we don't have an unintended consequence by either passing some type of endorsement or saying, hey, I selected this contractor from your list, why is my building now being delayed, or why is my building not being built, or why is my renovations now being stalled? And you have some culpability in this because you somehow have this preferred contractor. So I want to make sure that that issue is addressed, and I think Councilman Morano picked up on that. Going back to one of the other recommendations, I just went through a 40-year certification on a healthcare facility that I operate. You're very right. I did not have to go through plumbing. Going back to the example that you highlighted, right, when you're talking to me as a customer, making a choice, I'd hate to be the only municipality that's now requiring,
We're actually making that recommendation for you to recommend to the county. I mean, it's not
Got
for
it.
you. This is not intended, that recommendation was specific to the entire county.
Understood. I didn't want to put something that now, when we have, again, a choice to make, that you're somehow encumbering or putting something extra on our customers. So thank you for clarifying that. My questions really have to do now with timeline and setting expectations on deliverables, right? Because a lot of these are ASAP. And ASAP is a general term that we put, but because we're going through changes right now, and I know that Director Angel's here, and he's doing a great job. He's really going to own this. With regards to the timelines, have you had any feedback from staff on what's an actual measurable on these deliverables?
So we exercised a great deal of deference because we understand how much Danny has on his plate and the department has on their plate. And what we were trying to do was actually put it in their hands to manage as soon as they possibly could deliver without jeopardizing the functioning of the area. Right? The ASAP is not a hurry. The ASAP is do it when you can do it right. Right? That was really the concept. And what I have to tell you, and Danny's back there somewhere, right? I've never seen somebody so excited to hear some of this stuff at meetings like this young man, because it was like a sponge. He absorbed everything we said, and you could see the squirrels running constantly in his head. So the timelines were purely a WAG, if you know what a WAG is from an accounting perspective. And that's what we did. Not intended to put any pressure. There are things that can be implemented over time. Most of this is going to take you 18 to 24 months to implement, just from experience, right? It's not going to be, the review of the system alone is a time-consuming, tedious, arduous program. I mean, that's not easy at all. And then developing what you can turn and develop and change and implement, it's going to take time. So we're not intending to force a timeline, but instead give you as much leeway as you possibly can.
That adds a lot of clarity. And then from a resource management perspective, as you said, time is one thing. Do we have the capabilities within our current staffing, or is this going to require additional resources within the building department?
So we had the pleasure of having Germán on the group, and we were very impressed with the concept and his vision of how to evaluate some of these things. You're probably going to need some help in the evaluation of the system, only because you're going to want two perspectives, right? But it's not necessarily external help. I think what you need to do is engage others within the town to add to that value. People are going to look at it with fresh eyes. Sometimes it's not the expertise, it's the common sense. and in the system, what you're going to try to do is try to have that common sense process in evaluating what's there and what can be implemented and how it can be implemented. I don't know that you need to hire external assets or bring in heavy external assets. I wouldn't.
That adds clarity to my questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in thanking you and the rest of your colleagues for all your work. I'm actually really impressed with the list of recommendations, and I would say it met my expectation when I voted for the panel, as well as, when I gave the Lakers statement that I look forward to seeing what the work that you guys do. Again, I think well done, and I think my colleague, the Vice Mayor, and Councilwoman Verano identified some of my concerns that I had earlier, and it's good to see that you understand where we're coming from with that. But again, excellent work. Some things that stood out to me, and again, I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, is just the way it seems that we have not fully utilized the existing system and really exploited all its capabilities. And I think I agree with you, that's a missed opportunity. And as you pointed out, I love our new building department director, Danny Angel. He's already indicated to me as well in our own private conversations his willingness to really get a different perspective and really try to bring our building department into the 21st century and make it one of the best in South Florida. So thank you for your work.
Pleasure.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse. And thank you, Danny, also for being willing to listen and take other perspectives into account. Thank you.
And again, I can assure you, on the comment of the system, haven't met a company yet that buys a system and uses it to full capacity. It just hasn't happened yet, and I've been in the business world a long time.
I'll go to
Well, that's where we want to break the mold.
I'll go to Councilman Fernandez, Councilman Ruano, and then Councilman Alvarez.
Absolutely. So definitely would like to echo my colleague's sentiment. I think the committee produced, you guys exceeded my expectations. So job well done, and definitely appreciate your work on this. As an IT professional, I'm gonna speak to two things. One, I was actually surprised we actually get 30% out of the system that we use. A lot of times it's a lot worse than that. We tend to buy the system that has all the bells and whistles that we think we want, and then we don't use any of them.
Actually, you actually changed it to the old system because it was more comfortable. So you buy all the capacity and then modify it to the old systems.
Correct. So that's definitely, and it's something that I'm more than willing to offer my set of eyes and perspective as you guys go down the path of reevaluating the software. If you need an extra set of eyes, let me know. The other thing that I was going to speak about is communication is a very, very tricky thing, right? And sometimes communicating in a timely manner and communicating effectively are kind of two different metrics, right? And so sometimes we find that we may get a resident that feels that X, Y, and Z were communicated to them, and the building department issued their very professional response. But as an IT professional, I can tell you, we use jargon, they use jargon, and so sometimes, especially for owner builders that are not contractors, yes, the building department issued the right comments, the right guidance, but that's not enough for the resident. They need that explained in a way that they understand, and I think that's one of the big challenges we have.
If I can give you the one recommendation that has worked my entire career, and I express this to Danny: Sesame Street version everything. I don't care who you're talking to, whether you're talking to the top or the bottom, make it so that Sesame Street can understand it, right? If you do it that way, you ensure that everyone's on the same page. We all have that problem with professional jargon, professional knowledge that others don't share. So dumb it down, get it to a Sesame Street level, and you will be guaranteed that everyone is on the same page.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Councilman Ruano, then Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have tons of notes. So we'll take them one at a time, right? The more important ones. The applications that don't have addresses or emails or whatnot, how many of those applications do you encounter that were?
Well, we weren't able to look at them, so we had a little bit of a data void because we had the vacancy and we had some requests that were made and we couldn't quite get to.
Well, because we lost our
right.
building department.
Right.
It's
So
kind
we
of all
had-
gone.
right.
So it's a bit
So-
of a problem.
So and the time frame didn't allow us to do a deep dive, but we were told specifically by all in the building department that it's not being mandated. So one of the examples, several of the examples we were given was that, for example, an owner didn't list an email or a phone, a cell phone, listed only a home phone. The contractor listed all of the others. Contractor was getting the information, the homeowner wasn't, right? This seems to happen quite a bit.
Well, there might be some homeowners that don't have emails.
No, but it's because
Like
we
an
don't.
older homeowner?
It's because we don't, apparently we don't enforce it. So a lot of the other communities that we checked into say, listen, if you don't have it, you don't have it, that's fine. But if you have it, it has to be on the form. We want everyone that's involved in the process to be on that form from a point of contact.
And I agree with you. I agree with you. However, when as a homeowner, when I fill out an application, if it says phone number, I put it in there.
Some people
If it
don't.
says-
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, but unfortunately, I mean, at least for me, right, we're dealing with the building department, we're dealing with permits, and I would love for Danny to come and join me because I have questions for Danny too. There's only so much babysitting that we can do. And so when I read through all of your recommendations, and before I even go on, I've watched every meeting that you guys have had, and there is a level of commitment in your group that is rarely seen. You have been super thorough, you have gone above and beyond anything that I ever expected, so I appreciate all the work that you've done. But in all honesty, I mean, we're looking at utopia. We're looking at like the absolute perfection of any possibilities, right? So I like to put the onus where it belongs. If I give you an application and it says name, write your name. And if it says email, write your email. And if you didn't write it, it's because you didn't want to. So I don't want my building department now to get stuck on the fact that now I have this application, but I gotta figure out what's missing on it. So now it's another level of bureaucracy where whoever's gonna be the customer service representative, which is probably gonna be Danny because Danny does it all, and I love Danny, but Danny can only do so much. Now they have to contact people for not filling out lines that existed in an application.
No, we're not recommending that. We're recommending you don't accept the application.
So now the clerk has to review all of these things when she receives the
That's
document.
absolutely correct.
Okay, well, I disagree. I think
No,
that
that's
the
fine.
information's on there, and if you didn't fill it out, it's because you don't want to be contacted.
Understood.
It is what it is. Okay. Now, with
Can-
regards,
I'm sorry, can I chime in for
Yeah, absolutely,
one second?
absolutely.
So I'll share my experience, right? So, and I think it might happen to others. So a lot of times, it's the contractors that fill out the applications and then submit them to the owners to sign them. I read everything. Like
so do I.
I'm very, very picky about what I read. I signed the permit application. I submitted it. When I went back and checked, the contractor had put their email address under owner's email address,
I'm sure.
right? And so that may very well be common practice to stop
Could be.
by contractors to stop that communication from reaching the homeowners, which is exactly what we're trying to avoid.
That's correct.
Right? So, and in that particular situation, it's pretty common sense. There's contractor's email address, Jimmy
So
the
now-
pool guy.
so now the permit-
Owner, not Jimmy the pool guy.
Okay, so now the permit clerk not only has to make sure the line is filled out, but that it's not the same email on both lines?
That would be a
I'm just trying to
recommendation.
explain that the level of paperwork and the level of, like, one of the complaints is that we don't move fast enough. And now we're adding 25 additional layers to the process. So I only see this slowing us down. I don't see it making us any faster. Maybe super customer service oriented, but this doesn't seem, if I had to implement all of this in my office, I would get absolutely nothing done. I would spend the whole day checking boxes and looking at forms, and I wouldn't get anything done because I feel like it's extensive. But anyway, that's my take on the permit
Right.
process.
Mayor,
the
if I may,
application.
Yeah, no. So let me finish the experience. So the reason, the way that I found out that I didn't get copied on the thing was because the permit was denied, and I didn't get a notification, and I didn't realize it until 3 days later. So that investment of time at the front end, I think that's one of the things we have to evaluate. That investment of time at the front end eliminates, in my case, a 3-day delay. Right? That her double checking that it's not the same email address could have saved me 3 days on my process. And I think that's that's some of the things that we have to.
Okay,
and
no,
that's
no,
just
and
my
I
personal perspective.
completely, like, I respect your opinion, and that's why I wanted to have Danny as part of the conversation. I wish that we had more, like, clerks and more people that we can talk to that do this on a daily basis, because I don't do this on a daily basis, so something like that, is it feasible? Is it gonna significantly delay the process? And maybe I'm just like, maybe I'm just oversimplifying it, right? Like, I feel like if there's a line on a form, you fill it out.
Yeah, so one of the things that we are considering is to attach a checklist, like a checkbox, to the applicants to make sure and emphasize, hey, if you want to receive communication throughout the process of your permit, we highly recommend that you include your email address and your phone number so we could communicate that properly. We also have a kiosk that's in the lobby area of the building department. We're looking into reactivating that as well too, and possibly creating some type of QR reader that as the applicant comes in, take a picture, they could go inside, make the registration, because I think at the end of the day, one of the things that the committee was emphasizing is communication, consistency,
Correct.
automation. So we want to automize that process as much as possible.
Correct, but something like, for example, what Councilmember Fernandez is mentioning, even if that checklist is on that form, if there's no email address for the homeowner, let's say, or there's no cell phone for the homeowner, let's say that I only put my home number, and I didn't put my cell phone number, which I usually do it backwards, right, because I'm never home. But if the checklist is there, but they didn't fill out the box, you cannot process that application.
I mean, that's something that we would have to evaluate based on
Can applications be dropped off, or do they have to be handed to the clerk?
That's going to be part of the intake process. We want them to be there, and we're going to review everything before it gets to the back room and the review process.
And normally, how is that done now? Do people just drop off applications?
No, they sit there because we have to fee them as well too, upfront fees. So they'll sit there, we'll
Okay,
review
'cause
the
they have to pay you.
application,
Okay.
we'll process a payment right there, and those are the steps that we'll take as part of the intake.
Okay, so we don't know right now if this is going to delay the process or not.
We would have to evaluate it.
Okay, so then that was my comment on that it may delay the process. Okay.
By the way, if I may briefly, typically when you have an online system for applications, you have a force on the fields that must be completed for the
Agreed.
application to be submitted. So when you go to an online system and they're submitting via online, you can control a lot of those fields not being left blank, if you will,
Correct.
via that process.
Correct. You can't control the duplicate email, though. I mean, that's,
Actually, you can. Yes, you can. There's systems that will do that. I don't know what your system does.
I have no idea. Okay, so with regards to the having one person speak to the applicant or to the resident on one application, and I watched your meeting, and it was about having one person kind of own that project, so that every time that you called in, you would always talk to the same person, and you would know what status my application is on. I don't know how many permits we process in the town, so.
You've processed 130 a month.
I'm sorry?
130 a month.
130 a month, okay. So, right now, when we make a phone call or when we have a question, we talk to different people, whoever's handling that particular part of the permit process, right? If it's an inspector, or how would we have one person, how would we attach one person to each?
Yeah, currently I don't have an answer for that right now. We're still in the process of rebuilding the team, but there is an idea of dedicating like a concierge, like a permit concierge, especially for the high-level projects like the big commercial projects that have a lot of different things going on, having one specialized person. Currently, I'm doing that right now the last couple of weeks, been reaching out to these, like the Graham companies that have a lot of things going on, the Automall, things like that, and just having these updates with them.
So would we have to hire someone to do that?
I can't commit to that right now. Yeah, we would have to evaluate the process.
Right, and that's the problem that I have. Like, I don't want to adopt recommendations where I'm going to make your life more difficult than it is today. I don't want to add levels of, okay, so then we don't know how would we do that. If we needed someone else, what staff members, because we don't have staff members to do this now. We just have Danny.
Currently, no.
And we love Danny. But Danny's spread thin, okay. So, and then there's a couple of things on here about communication with regards to the building department. And I'm not sure the building department itself handles communication. Would this be something that we would do through our communications department, or?
Combination. You use your communications conduits to carry the message from the building department out to the community. I don't think the building department can do that.
Okay, so that was one of my questions. How would we develop, who would be in charge of developing what message it is that we're going to deliver?
The data points should be finite and clear. You shouldn't have to develop a message for that.
Because right now, I think that we have a link, right, to our building permit process, right? Like, you can go in there and there's a link to all of the forms and all of the requirements. but we're talking more about kind of like a community outreach thing, like kind of like, you know, our building department is nice and we want people to know that we're here to help
So
you and not to make things
Yeah,
difficult.
the recommendation from the building department to outreach to new residents, to let them know who they are, that they're here to help them, that would be an outreach done by the building department. That would be our recommendation.
Okay, to property transfers, you would go
If
through
you-
public records and,
if you want to look at it this way, if you're moving into Miami Lakes and you get a call from your building department that says, welcome to Miami Lakes, here are our contact numbers. If you're going to do anything to the house, feel free to call us. We're here to help you. If that call takes place alone, you've won the battle right up front with respect to engagement.
I would hope so. I've had a different experience. I think a lot of our residents choose to
I
not
think that's the wonderful thing about
believe that
life.
there's a building
Everyone has
department.
different experiences.
Right. With me, unfortunately, most of the, and that was another question that I had, most of the cases that I've dealt with the building department, unfortunately, they just started off incorrectly from the homeowner. And most of the times, it's the homeowner knowing full well that they are doing work without permits and choosing to not engage with the building department. So I hate to put the onus on the building department, you know, it seems like.
Entirely up to you.
Okay, the 24-hour callback, is that feasible?
Yes.
It is. So the individuals that now complain about not getting a phone call, what's happening?
I haven't received any of those complaints since I've been there for the last month. We've been pretty good in responding to emails, phone calls, things like that.
Okay, so we're gonna set a window that's not 24 hours, and and does this include inspectors? Because many times homeowners are trying to reach the inspector and not actually trying to reach like the building department. How do we communicate with inspectors?
So that's what I'm currently evaluating right now in my role, where I'm working with the inspectors and trying to decipher their comments and working directly with the contractor.
So then they will be part of this 24-hour callback?
Again, that's probably a recommendation that's being presented to you. If the council wants to approve it, we would go ahead and make it.
If you don't mind, let me
Yes, sure.
interject, because I think the committee did a phenomenal job and put here a lot of great recommendations and a lot of information. And even though Danny, once he got appointed as the building director, was heavily involved in, I guess, the last half of the meetings, and there was a lot of good exchange. Now he's got to digest this, right? Right now, he's trying to fill seats in the building department, and he's working towards that. He's done a great job filling some critical spots in there. And, you know, once that is complete, and as Mr. Fernandez Guzman stated, this is a 18 to 24-month period. So I know for a fact that Danny or anybody in the building department is not going to have the specificity that I think some people may be looking for on some of these recommendations. What I think is the right thing is obviously to accept the report. Danny and his team, together with Tony and I, whatever resource we need to help him to make this happen, we'll assess these one by one, look at them, see how they can be implemented, whether it could be implemented. All of those things will be digestible stuff that Danny will have to assess over the next 1.5 to 2 years. And whatever we can do overnight, yeah. I mean, just some things like auto reply on emails, you know, that's something we can do overnight, and we can do that so that people send an email to an inspector looking for an answer, and at least they know that the inspector is out until next week because they're on vacation. Those kind of things are easy communication tools that we can implement overnight. A lot of these things are going to be things that will need to be digested, and Danny, you know, I think the fair thing to Danny would be to allow him to digest the report, the recommendations, and we'll start working on these and try and see which ones can be implemented and how, more importantly, how to implement them.
Right, and that's where my line of questioning comes in. I don't want to incorporate or adopt recommendations that we won't be able to deliver, because this is now what we want our building department to function as. So I don't want to set these expectations that might be unattainable. A lot of our inspectors are not employees, correct?
No, I wouldn't say a lot. Some of
We
them
don't
are.
have
Some of them are
subcontracted inspectors that work for other
They're
municipalities?
part-time staff. They're on the payroll.
Part-time staff that work for other municipalities?
Also.
Yes.
Right, so in this 24-hour callback, or whatever window we adopt, right, because it doesn't have to be 24 hours, how can we accommodate those time frame for an inspector who's not a full-time employee of ours, who's also working, in other municipalities to have the time to reply. Because if they work for us in the morning and they work somewhere else in the afternoon, we can't say, well, he's out on the field in the morning, he's gonna get back to you in the afternoon, because he's out on the field in the afternoon as well, somewhere else. So I just wanna make sure whatever window we adopt is within a time frame that's feasible for our inspectors as well, because I think that most times the phone calls are for them. Okay, so with regards to the, what I call the affidavit that we sign regarding HOAs and whatnot, the recommendation is for an attestation that you've already seen your HOA or that you don't have an HOA. So it,
The recommendation is that you attest that if you have an HOA, you check with the HOA and you either do not require their approval or have secured approval.
okay, and that's the
Sir.
equivalent of the affidavit that we have in place. It's a little different. The language is a little different. But,
It seems, from what I'm understanding, is that he wants us to look at it and see ways that we can tweak it so that it's.
right, so that instead of saying just, you should go see them, you're actually affirming that you've seen them.
That is correct.
So it's a little bit of, is there any issue legally with changing the language on that? Okay, perfect, then I'm okay with that. Okay, so with regards to the inconsistency on the application of the code, this to me is something that we should scratch out altogether. Who makes the decisions on the application of the code? The building official?
Yes.
Okay, so this needs to be scratched out altogether. To me, this is interference. And I don't want to tell my building official what discretion he can use or how he is to treat things. I think that this is a little bit, at least for me, this is exactly what we didn't want the committee to do. So this is like that murky area. It is possible.
That was not no. So the consistency that we're looking for is so that you adhere to what others are doing with respect to the code and that there isn't significant deviation from how other municipalities behave with respect to code. We were not in any way, shape, or form endorsing that you limit their ability to make a decision because that is their role, they're a control. So in no way, shape, or form was that implied, or is it implied in the?
No, I know
in the
that it
item?
wasn't because I watched your
Yeah.
meeting.
So to make it clear, it is a recommendation to have consistency with other municipalities that you also have to work with, unfortunately, contractors that work there, as well as residents that work there, and develop some level of consistency as to how they treat certain things and you treat certain things. Not in any way, shape, or form meant to be a pullback of discretion, because they
Okay.
have to have discretion.
Right, and maybe I just don't understand,
Maybe I'm not articulating it properly.
No,
but
I don't understand how we would tighten this up, right? How we would say, okay, well, if in the city of Hialeah, like for example, I have a resident now that she installed windows in her house. She's an elderly lady. The vendor that installed windows in her house installed the windows and did not know that he had a framing inspection that he had to go through, right? So he took photographs of the frames, and he thought that that would be sufficient because in Broward County, that is sufficient. He shows the photos, and he passes the framing inspection. In Miami Lakes, that's not how it's done. So would Miami Lakes now have to find out how other municipalities do everything so that we?
You don't
So,
have to do.
so I feel like we have a building official, and he has discretion to
If
decide.
If I may, Commissioner, Bueno, I really appreciate all of your thoughts because you're obviously very passionate about this. Unfortunately, the committee wasn't engaged in taking this to the next level of implementation. If we had, we would have taken a completely different approach.
Right.
Right? So I think, once again, to reiterate and reemphasize Mr. Peterman's recommendation, these are things that you will adopt as concepts that you would like to explore. What you adopt ultimately is your decision as a township and the decision of the respective department that works with it. It is not intended by any way, shape, or form to be absolutely and enforcefully prescriptive. That's not the case here. It is a sequence of recommendations, perhaps utopia in the eyes of some. I can tell you, I run a $1 billion bank. It's not utopia for me. We do this all the time. So it is solely a group of recommendations for you to evaluate and take under consideration.
No, and I
Yeah.
completely understand, but I did read them all. So
Yeah,
I
no,
have,
absolutely.
I have
just,
comments
yeah.
on the ones that I think, this one in particular, I just don't see it as feasible, right? The building official will have the discretion in every project, right? And they'll see fit where they move things around. So this one, I don't think that we should adopt at all. The surveys, I think, are great. And then with regards to the Angie's List, we'll call it, of vendors, I'm a definite no on that one as well. So the two that I would completely take out are the making the decisions or the interpretation of the code, finding a way to make that a little more consistent. I think that that's in the Florida statutes, no interference, and having a list of recommended vendors on our website or in our building department in any way, shape, or form. That's something that I would completely take out. And that's why I asked at the beginning of this process how we were going to do this. Were we going to adopt these as a whole? Like, I don't want to adopt something and tell the building department, I want you to explore this if I don't want you to explore it. So there's a couple of things that I definitely don't want you to explore. But I don't know, again, when we vote on this, how we're going to vote on it. That's all. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ronald. Councilman Alvarez.
I'll tell you, the closest that I know about building is how to spell it, right? Because so that's as far as you'll get with me. So I will defer to my colleague that sat in the P&Z, and I do have, one thing that I do have is common sense, and my common sense shows me there was a lot of work put into this, a lot of effort. It's extremely detailed. You said it, out of all these 19 goals, maybe not all of them may be attainable, but I think the work and the time allocated from the Building Ad Hoc Committee under the direction of Councilman Rodriguez, I think this is a great thing. And I have no issue. Again, the furthest I get with building is how to spell it. But your recommendations were very detailed, and I think it's a great starting point for Danny to start and work the next few months, year on some of these tasks, and be able to come back to the council and the mayor with some feedback as to whether they were attained or not. Definitely think that this gives us direction and puts us in a better place than we are now. Now, Danny just has to work under, again, the leadership of Councilman Rodriguez and the mayor and the council to work toward obtaining these objectives and these goals. Thank you for your work.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. I haven't had a chance to say any comments, but I think throughout our nation and state and counties, and you've seen a major intellectual decline, right, in public service, where you put on C-SPAN and you hear just complete nonsense all the time, and you hear all these things in cable news. But I was thoroughly impressed and refreshed by you, Carlos, Ricky, Germán, the committee. I mean, the level of intellect that you guys injected into the discussion. Zero politics in even discuss customer-centric. I never really, we've had other ad hoc committees that I highly respect here in the town, but I've never been so in tune with what the process that you guys are going through. And I'm 100% in line with you, Carlos, when you talk about these are concepts. I will be voting in affirmative of all these concepts, because the implementation of that would go to our building official, and if they need further direction, obviously they come to the council. So I am in 100% in agreement. But I just want to reiterate that I am incredibly impressed by how thorough you guys were. I mean, if we've had to find an outside firm to do something like this, I think they would have charged us, $1 million or something, because you guys really did such a great job and zoned out any external noise or anything like that. And you guys really did a phenomenal job in all these points.
Thank you.
And accepting them as a concept is something that I am 100% in favor. So great job, guys. And also to the sponsor, I just wanted to talk to Councilman Rodriguez for a second. He had from the get-go, he had his character assassinated. People would say that he was doing this for certain reasons or for whatnot. And I can tell you, even a lot of the folks that were skeptical at first in the community, residents who were skeptical, when they saw the recommendations, every single one of them, every single person who saw those recommendations was like, this is spot on. There's nothing wrong with this process. There's nothing bad with this process. So I wanted to reiterate that, and Councilman Rodriguez, that's leadership, right? When you propose something, when you want to make a change of anything, you're going to take the hits. So kudos to you for taking the hits, because these recommendations today really represents why you presented it. But again, Carlos, you all are a breath of fresh air in this town. I mean, I really appreciated you guys. I would literally watch online I didn't even know we had Vimeo, and I would watch them online, because just the level of conversation, and I mean, the expertise what you brought, and just the group, how they came together. You had one architect, a contractor. You had Ricky, who's been reviewing plans for like 30 plus years. You had Hedman, who did our strategic plan. And you had Carlos, who was a layman to understanding, the building world. So he saw it from a very different perspective. And I think that gelled very, very, very well. I'm actually going to be, I'm teaching at a school this year, and the principal called me today. He's like, look, you only have to, we have in-service next week. You only have to come one day, because I'm teaching twice a day. And the main thing that he wanted to talk to me about was how their school was a student-centered school. And I was like, what is it? And he went into the whole explanation, and it goes back to what you all were talking about, having, customer-centric. But I did also wanted to touch upon this. From the get-go, Carlos, who's a great friend of mine who I appointed, and all the members of the committee spoke extremely highly of the building official previously and the current folks. So I wanted to make a point of that. And Carlos himself spent an entire day with the previous folks in the department. And I remember him talking to me, telling me, no, you got great folks in town hall. And Danny, I know how he's spoken about you. So I just wanted to say I am 100% in favor of all these concepts, where we're not talking about implementation today. We're talking about giving Danny an opportunity to go through them and then come back. But I am 100% in favor of all of these concepts.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, council? Now we can take a vote unless there's other motions on the table.
Are we, the motion on the table is to adopt adopt the report as is? I'd like to amend the motion to remove the item regarding subjectivity, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, number 13. And I guess number 17, which is the suggestion or the good behavior vendor list on our.
Got it. So Councilwoman Morano is making a motion amending the main motion to remove the recommendation 13 and 17. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, again, just to try to build consensus on this issue, because I kind of agree with the mayor's sentiment and kind of where you came from, as concepts, not necessarily a prescriptive process, but I also feel it's important for us as a body to own this as well. And to me, building consensus is leadership. And again, maybe giving some examples of that. How did you get to that issue of inconsistency?
So that subject came up from two members of the committee that are contractors, and we're finding confusing feedback on specific issues and decisions on items that were one day blue and the next day were green, right? And presented exactly the same way. So it was really discussions about specific issues that had arisen, where something that had been essentially according to code in a certain way one day, the next time it was presented, there was more subjectivity and a different direction taken. The other point that they made, which was actually a very interesting point, because I had never thought about this, primarily because I'm not a builder, but a lot of the municipalities have very hard and fast rules concerning certain change orders and how they manage the change order and how they process, whereas it appeared in several occasions that was a moving target here. And all they were saying is try to develop a more concise, a more clean, a more crisp, if you will, definition of how you're going to deal with those issues and align it more to the bigger shops, Miami, Dade County, and other major municipalities, so that the contractors know that it's blue there, it's blue here, and it's blue at Miami Lakes, right? That was the concept. That was the discussion.
So similarly to how you made a point to advocate on something on a more global level, I almost take that item to mean, Councilman Morano, that that's something maybe that we can take a position on, maybe as setting benchmarks that are consistent throughout the entire county. Because the issue that you're describing is universally known to be subjective, right? And you're going to run into this issue, and that's where I think
and that's actually a great approach, is to say,
Exactly.
look, you know, maybe what we need to do is, as a group of municipalities, go back to the county and say, look, guys, let's all arrive at, you know, it's going to be blue, 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 right?
And I think that's one of the ways that we can embrace that
Sure.
recommendation without necessarily getting into the interference part
Absolutely.
that maybe Councilwoman Morano is concerned about. Because I can see, you know, some places may accept a photo, but maybe our inspectors don't necessarily. So I think I think we can use our advocacy arm to kind of bring more global consistency, not necessarily in the microscope world of town of Miami Lakes, but global consistency throughout the entire county to advocate to make sure that what's read here is read here and read here. And I think.
But what I want to make very, very, very
Sure.
sure, because it's important, I think, to every member of this group, by the way, because we emphasized it from the first day that we met. Not once did this committee in any way, shape, or form think that we should evaluate how a building authority or a building officer should control the process. That's not our role. So we never, ever, ever, in any way, shape, or form, had a discussion about, well, you need to find in this direction, or you need to go in that. No. We took it off the table from day one. We said we're going to focus on customer issues. We're going to focus on exchanges. We're never going to focus on the rule of the code. Not going to happen.
So so that's how I take that issue of inconsistency, and I would almost make it, you know, rather than looking at it at a very micro level, look at it at a macro level and see if there's a way that we can advocate on that. With regards to the Angie's List, you know, I think if we make it benign enough, make it to something that's not an endorsement, I just don't understand how you control that volume. But again, I'm not taking it as something you must do. I would put it back, you know, Danny, put it back into his wheelhouse and see if it's something, maybe it's not doable. Yeah, I don't take this list of recommendations as a black and white and you must. He may come back with an assessment, say, hey, look, I don't have the staff to do all this. You know, I'm going to have to hire 3 more FTEs, and then it becomes a constraint that maybe we have to then deal with on a policy level.
If I may suggest, you're going to have a survey mechanism, right, from your owners. You may be able to publish a list of contractors that are getting high rating from your customers. That may be a possibility. You don't know what angle to take, but that's an angle you can take, and it's not a problem because your own constituents are actually grading the contractor, right?
Yeah.
So, you know.
So to Councilwoman Morano, the motion, in the sense that I understand where she's coming from, I don't necessarily have an issue taking the recommendations on and making sure that we have the opportunity to put it back on our side and see if we can create it. I'm not taking it as a prescriptive measure. And again, you know, if on some of these issues that may give us heartburn, maybe if we look at it from a more macro perspective, it's something that can help us push the ball forward without necessarily putting the microscope just strictly on our building department or strictly on, you know, Danny, can you do this, or Danny, can you do that? It might be more of a global advocacy issue.
No, I agree, and perhaps maybe I took these things too literally. This particular item, the recommendation is to move towards better framing the subjectivity power of the building official. So to me, that violates Florida statute. We don't have any right to frame or limit or interfere in the subjectivity power of the building official. I'm not a building official, so I truly don't even know what their powers are, but I do know that discretion and subjectivity is within their purview, and it's not supposed to be manipulated or interfered with. So perhaps I took it too literally, right? Because, and I'll tell you why, because this was my pet peeve with the committee itself. So this is why I didn't want to move forward with the committee, because this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. So this is one of those items that, you know, when we have heartburn about something, perhaps we're hypersensitive to it. So when I read it, to me, it's like, you know, horns and red lights and like, no, don't go there. So if we adopt this with this in it, I just want you all to know that that's how it reads. So I can't adopt these recommendations with this particular language in there. So I understand where you're coming from, Vice Mayor, maybe looking at it from a different approach, but we're voting on what we have in front of us today. So just keep an eye
On the motion, on Councilman Ruano's motion to remove 13 and 17, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Vote.
Nay.
Opposed.
All right, 1 to 6. Back onto the main motion, council. Any further discussion on the main motion? Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, 6 to 1, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry it took a long time. Thank you.
You all did a great job. You were very thorough, and thank you guys very much. Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're moving on to, wow, I think you had moved up the new business items. Got it. Man, we have, let me see what time it is.
The new business items.
Yeah, so my item, it's
14A.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it, or, I mean, I'd probably just bring it back as a report. I wanted to have just a discussion. I had no particular motion today. I really wanted just to have a discussion back and forth, but I see there's people in the crowd that want to do stormwater bond presentations, and this could be a lengthy discussion, but I'm gonna bring it back as a report next month, so we could just have non-actionable discussion, and because I really want to have a discussion, as I've had a lot of residents talk to me about this, just in general. And I'm going to work with Lorenzo too to get some different ideas. So I'll bring this back at the next meeting as a report. We're on to 14B, Vice Mayor Cuellar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like a point of personal privilege, please, prior to the item.
Yes.
One of the issues that we discussed at the last meeting is we have an opportunity, we all have an opportunity to put on the record what our items is and have a discussion on it. At one of the meetings, I think it was just the meeting prior to this one, one of the things I verbalized and tried to express was, the very vague memo puts us all at a disadvantage, right? Deed restrictions is a significant issue. And unfortunately, I couldn't get anything from your memo other than that we were going to talk about it. During my briefing, I asked the manager if he knew anything. He told me he did not. Asked the town attorney if he knew anything. He did not. Actually, prior to this meeting, I said, well, brief me after you guys have your meeting with the mayor. They told me you had canceled all meetings with him. On an issue so significant, I do not mind having deep talks with all of you, but I want to be prepared. I want to make sure that I do my homework. I think at a minimum, the town staff should be prepared. And I want to make sure that they do their homework. So if the item's going to come back, it can come back with just a little bit more information on the memo. And I don't know if I speak for everybody, I probably don't, but I would be greatly appreciative of it.
No, that's a fair point. That's why I started off saying it probably should have been a report, which that's how I'm going to bring it back next time. Reports don't have to be as detailed because there's not going to be any action, but I am going to bring it back as a report as I continue doing research.
And I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Before we move, Vice Mayor, if I may, before we move on that, I wanted to actually ask the legal department a question on that. What are the rules on us having information before the meetings so that we vote on, and I know the mayor said that this wasn't going to be an actionable item, it was just a report, but if we had to vote on something and we didn't have any information on it, like if there's a new business item and we didn't have any information on it, what are the rules on when we're supposed to receive information regarding an item in order for us to vote on it on the dais? Does it have to be 48 hours? Do we have to have the information within 48 hours of our meeting?
I've got to take a look at the rules that govern yourselves and your behavior, but for the most part, the new business items just have to be a brief explanation of what you're going to be discussing. Yeah, if you have them, sure.
I'm reading from the Special Rules of Order, Section 6.9, New Business. While the town manager may initiate the preparation of policy legislation or action by the town attorney, a council member who wishes to request the preparation of policy legislation by the town attorney or administration shall place such request for consideration by the town council under this section of the agenda. A signed written memo or form provided for such purposes shall state the purpose of the item's action. Major points to be covered: the the reasons for necessary action, the action desired by the council member, and a growth estimate of the fiscal impact of the item and the portions of the town's strategic plan which are satisfied by the new business item.
But there's
Okay, that's basically,
okay, so there's no time, there's no time frame.
no.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you have it here. If you-
Right, I was on, well, what happens, and I was under the impression that there was a time frame that as council members, we needed to receive like the full information so that we can do our research in order to vote on something. So if we haven't been able to do the proper research on a different item, right, on an item that we might be voting on, not this one, it's just a report, but on an item that we might require a vote on, what recourse do we have with regards to?
So a couple of things on that. First of all, the rules just, and the clerk read them eloquently and put them in the record as to what the rule is. The rule just basically says you gotta have a description of what you're asking for, and you have to have these guiding principles, which it seems his item, the mayor's item did. Now, all the items that you vote, regardless of what the item is, has to come back. So what you vote on is basically, it's either a discussion or it's giving instruction to myself or the manager to do research, come back with an item. Then when we come back with the item, that item is fully vetted by either legal or both legal and staff, and it comes back in the form of a resolution or an ordinance that then you can vet and you can have the discussion on. So that's why I think that the rules with regards to new business items are kind of open.
Right, they're lax, right. And the reason why I was asking is because I remember years ago when I was just a resident, there were council members that invoked some 48-hour rule or something on some items because they didn't have the information and I don't recall what that was, right? I wasn't a council member at that point, so I don't.
So there
I don't know
is,
what it was.
it's
I have it
Rule
here.
7.2 of the Special Rules of Order. which
I may read
require-
it as well, just to refresh our memory. 7.2 of the Special Rules of Order. It states, all information relating to items to be placed on the agenda shall be submitted by a council member to the town manager by 12 p.m. noon, the Thursday 2 weeks prior to a regular council meeting. All background material shall accompany the item in the form of a signed memo. The clerk shall provide council members all the new business items and reports by 6 p.m. of that same day. A complete package of all agenda materials shall be delivered electronically, which we do, or by other means, and we do all this. I keep reading what you just mentioned, Council Member Ruano. That's a different section. Section 7.3, additional items after the agenda closing. No additional items shall be added to the agenda after the agenda package has been delivered to the council. So that is Wednesday night when we stitch the agenda and we publish and we post on the town website. That's the agenda. If anything else is going to be added, which sometimes, not always, but sometimes it happens, we republish and we call it the revised agenda, and it comes out with like a little asterisk. So this is what this means. An item requiring council action and not included in the agenda may be added to the agenda by the 5 affirmative votes of the town council upon a determination that the items are necessary and are an emergency, in which case the 4-day rule shall be waived. Copies of all the backup material shall be made available to the public on the day of the meeting. We do that. I don't know if you all have noticed.
We discussed it a month or two
Right.
ago, and we said that we were all fine with it. I just was asking about that 48-hour rule, because I didn't know if it pertained to, like, not getting complete information or not getting it on time, so I thought it was pertinent to what the Vice Mayor was.
Yeah, it's
was bringing
basically what Gino was bringing up, the clerk was bringing up as far as the time frame that you have to present new business items and to present items that are going to be put into the agenda. The 48-hour rule is that, yeah, if you're going to have a meeting, unless it's going to be an emergency, you can't have a meeting. You have to provide more than 48 hours notice to the public that a meeting is going to be held. You'll notice in the Vice Mayor, and this is one of the reasons I believe Mr. Gastesi brought it up a couple months ago, is that it's a habit of this council, and that's fine, but you should really look at the rule of waiving rules section 7.2, because many times items get added, or new business items get added after the fact.
Right, but
So-
for example, we had on public comments today a resident saying that there was an item on the agenda, and it's this item about deed restrictions that, sure, we published it with time, but the residents don't know what it is. The council members don't know what it is because there isn't any explanation as to what it is. So if something like that were not a report and if it was an actionable item, would that fall within the 48-hour rule if the residents technically don't really know what it is?
I don't think so, because one is just presenting the item as an emergency. Again, this item, I will agree with you, it is vague. I'll agree with you, it doesn't provide a lot of detail, but it was published in the time. It does provide the basic components of what the rules state. And if any action were to come of it, it would be in the form of instruction to either the manager or myself to come back with an item.
To come back and vote on it after the fact, and then by that time, the residents would know
Exactly,
what it
because it would
is.
be part of
Okay.
the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. We're on to Vice Mayor Collazo's item.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, I move to waive Section 7.2 of the Special Rules of Order.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, seeing none, the motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, point of personal privilege. Upon speaking to Mr. Kobiella, because I am the president of my HOA and we do have a lake, I will be recusing myself from this item.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez.
Actually, keep your ears peeled, because I was going to use your lake as one of the examples. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate, thank you, Councilman Dieguez, for waiving the rules. I actually drafted this item while I was on vacation. I did make the day deadline, but I did not meet the time deadline, so I appreciate your understanding, and thank you so much for the professional courtesy. And yes, I agree with the attorney. It was late filed, and maybe it's something, if we're going to constantly waive this rule, maybe it's not really a rule, right? So thank you so much. But on to the item itself. It's you know, one of the things that I've prided myself in has been very involved in the community, being very involved with our HOAs, and understanding how they work, because I think that they do bring us significant value to our community. And while we do have two neighborhood service districts, actually more than two neighborhood service districts, two neighborhood service districts that manage lakes, and they do an incredible job, we have many more HOAs that are doing an incredible job of managing lakes as well. One of the things that we've been preaching has been best practices and adopting best practices. In particular, it's the use of bubblers. And the reason that I chuckled at Councilman Fernandez recusing himself, prior to him being elected, I had an opportunity to visit with him and understand a little bit about the hardships that he was going through with his homeowners association, just as well as the Lake Martha community. One of the things that many of these lakes are trying to do, many of the homeowner associations are trying to do, are retrofit their lakes for bubblers. These lakes were not designed to have bubblers, unlike some of the homeowners communities, some of the townhome communities, like Windmill Gate and some of the Loch Ness communities, that they have access to electricity. Many of the homeowners that abut the property never had an easement to actually have access to electrical to install the bubblers. So these homeowner communities have been looking for a way to partner with the town, either through an easement onto public lands or public parks, to be able to install this equipment and be able to maintain this equipment. So what I wanted to do was see if we can establish a policy that the homeowners associations, if they had the opportunity to get an easement and tap into electrical and maintain a proper electrical system, that they can do so through town property, so they can go ahead and add this feature to the lakes, which would actually reduce the chemicals that they use and improve the wildlife. So my motion was for that, for the town to create a policy or create an opportunity to work with local homeowner associations like Lake Martha to grant an easement to them and possibly help them with the leasing of land to be able to install bubblers in their lakes.
Second.
Any discussion, council? Councilman Dieguez.
Just want to be clear, at least it was my understanding from the briefing, that we're not necessarily talking about an easement in perpetuity. We're talking about licenses, that can be revoked at any time. I think that, to me, is the better way to go as far as from a legal standpoint, because when you start getting into easement rights and all that, you're giving away something that is going to be very, much more difficult to undo. So I just want to make that clarification.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez, for the question and putting us in the proper posture for discussion. I'm going to defer to the Doctor of Public-Private Partnerships, who is here in the room now. But during our briefing, he had suggested somehow creating a template, whether it be through an easement or through a licensing agreement. But the reality is that these HOAs are making significant homeowner capital cost investments. So treating this like a P3, where the HOA is buying all the equipment, they're making the investments, they're just looking to the town to facilitate the process. Whether I call it an easement or a licensing agreement, I'm open to it. I just want to see if there's some way that we can facilitate the process for the homeowners.
Yeah, and again, it's just because that there is a legal distinction. I just want to be clear, because, one confers, I would argue, significantly more rights than the other. So I think for our benefit, it's better to go the route of a license that, we can easily revoke if we need to in the future, in order to preserve the town's options. But I'm in support of the idea. I spoke to Mr. Borman from the Lake Martha HOA. He had reached out to me. They had tried to do this privately at one point, but they realized how cumbersome it is and ultimately how much more expensive it can get. And they, decided, hey, why can't we do this route? I still think that there will be some other issues, as the town attorney and I discussed, such as, whether or not, depending on, not just the placement of the machines, but the cable and the wires and all that, there may be some other properties that we'll need to agree to this as well. But for purposes of placing the aerator equipment on our end, I am in support of this, again, with it being a license, not an easement.
Got it. Any further discussion? Council? Seeing none. Quick question, Mr. Attorney. These beach areas, it's going to go in the beach area, correct? That's near the little park there. Okay. And these parks are pretty much enjoyed by the neighbors in that, because I know at one point there was I think it was brought up, I don't know, years ago, or somebody brought it up to me, that we can possibly just give the HOA that park. It stays as a park forever. It's like, we've accepted parks. That's something we would contemplate.
We can't do that. Under Florida law, municipal lands can't just be given away to non-other governmental agencies. So, we could sell it to them, we could lease it to them. That's possible. But just giving public land, taxable, tax dollar.
To an HOA,
right.
It's not possible.
It's not
Got
possible.
It, unless we sell it to them.
Right. So we can create a lease, which I discussed this with the
No,
vice
that's
mayor.
fine. That's fine. I'm fine with the item. I'm fine with the item. I know that was brought up years ago. I remember when we took over the Royal Oaks tot lots, that there was discussion of what would happen the other way around, like if we were to give them the tot lot. So, okay, now that's fine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to my item 14C, streetlight maintenance. I can guarantee you, this is a guarantee, and I bet everybody here today that there is at least one street light out in the town somewhere. That is garantizado. That is one of the votes that I garantizado. So one of the votes that I, going back, that I have regrets over was that when we were being they used to tell me also lo barato sale caro, right? When we were trying to be super cheap, and I think it was a $100,000 expenditure when we were doing the LED retrofit to put the nodules on top of all the street lights in town, so that way our staff knows whenever a street light is out, they get the automatic alerts. I know now they're maintained in a different fashion. We have an actual human being that goes out there, or we do use this technology at Royal Oaks Park, so it does get used now. But right now we depend on residents, or we depend on one staffer that drives around to see. But guaranteed, there is a street light out. But that is one of the votes that I do regret, because I think that would have been an incredible investment in our community. Our staff would have been better equipped to manage these street lights. It was $100,000 at the time. Now, obviously, probably a lot more expensive to do this. So I just want to make a motion just to have staff, take a deep dive, review our streetlight maintenance policies, and come back to the council with recommendations. I'm not saying let's spend money right now, but my motion is just to direct staff to look at our streetlight maintenance procedures and bring it back to the council with recommendations.
I'll second.
Any discussion,
Yes.
council? Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in doing research for this item, I went back to our Smart Cities Master Plan that was presented by the Corradino Group. It feels like forever ago, but being pre-pandemic and all. But I'm glad you mentioned that you're not seeking necessarily to immediately implement this, since I do have some questions about how much cost is going to be incurred as part of this project. If you were to look at what would be page 118 of that Smart Cities plan, it currently states that the purchase and installation per sensor would be about $10,000, and it identifies that there are about 915 light poles that are owned by the town with lamps maintained by FPL that can be fitted with the sensors through a phased pilot program over a 10-year period. So it can easily get pretty expensive. Obviously, we have more than 915 lights. It just identified, that those are, some that can be part of a pilot program. In fact, it states here that the town has 2,324 streetlights owned and maintained by various entities. So it can get expensive very quickly. I do think that this is a recurring issue, especially on 154. We always hear about how the lights are off, and it seems to be, I don't know why it continues going on, but I think instead of relying on our residents to tell us about it through the app, by call, or a staffer that has to identify it, this would be more efficient, but obviously I want to study the issue more because of the cost and because of the time that would be involved in getting it done. And obviously we're already throwing a lot of public works responsibilities on the Public Works Department between the drainage, the lights now, if we were to take this on, and various other projects that we're throwing their way. So I'm going to vote to advance this tonight, but I'm glad you clarified some of the concerns that I was having with the item. Thank you.
No, and I appreciate the points that you made, because it showcases how, if we would have done it with the initial retrofit, it was one package, right? The Cobra lights was one package with a nodule on top. Now retrofitting that entire is super expensive. So, I mean, if there's just another process, but that's why I wanted to make that motion. I mean, that was one vote that if I can go back and tell the council, all of us back then, say, spend this $100,000, it will alleviate staff time, it'll alleviate you, but if we can come up with another process, because we're not being efficient, I think, overall. And it's not fair to staff, it's not fair to our residents, to rely on residents to send it in, or have literally one staffer that drives around at night to see if they see one. I can tell you there is at least one out in town.
Hindsight is 20/20.
All those, Councilman Fernandez.
So one thing I'd like to chime in, and this is kind of might spill over into some other items. Technology, when done right, should be at worst cost neutral, right? So what I would like to see, and to Councilman Dieguez's point, is what the entire value proposition of this project looks like, right? If we're gonna, what we're saving on the other side. If it's gonna be, $500,000 to do this project, what are we saving on the other side? So that's my ask.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Duly noted by staff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Next item is mine. Before we get back onto our consent calendar, we get onto some of the items. So this item, Alberto de la Cruz from Babalu Blog and Vanessa, the writer of the Amparo Experience, after they were here at the last council meeting, they were talking to me. They were proposing to do a great event next year. To be very honest with you, I could have said, you know what, I'm going to do the event myself. We're going to go do it at Main Street Players. We'll do somewhere else, and we'll move forward. But I said, it wouldn't be fair to my colleagues, especially in light of seeing how a lot of us, every single one of us, we were unfairly thrashed for about a 2-month period. So I said, you know what, let me put this on the agenda. Let me see if the council, if we can make this a council event instead of a Manny Sid event, you know, where I could do it on, I said, you know what, in all fairness, I think the right thing to do is to make this a council event where we all do this together and host it somewhere. But these are two amazing people, and I wanted, that's why I put it on the agenda, because I know a lot of us, every single one of us was tagged on social media all over the place, and we were thrashed unfairly. So my motion is to move this forward and make this a council event for 2022.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Are they underwriting the event?
We'll probably get sponsors. I mean, we'll get sponsors. We'll go out there. I mean, if we need anything else, I mean, maybe we could do something with the Culture Affairs Committee. I don't want to get too bogged down with coordinating it, because these folks are like, they can do this kind of on their own, but they want to do it here with us because they were very moved that we would welcome them here. But yeah, we can definitely fundraise and get sponsors and start working.
My only line of questioning was to make sure that it wasn't, you know, if they want to do this as a private entity, you know, and we're going to sponsor it as a town by giving them a location, so to speak, but that no town funds, I guess, are being drawn from it. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yep.
That you guys are going to publicly, you're not going to take any public dollars to host this. And what I would like to see is a collaboration with our Cultural Affairs Committee. I know that they have a long, you know, this issue of Pride Month is very toxic, right? One way or another, like you said, we were blasted, we were, you know, it came in, right, at a time where it was very volatile. I'd love to see them partner with us, right? And extend that opportunity to them, because I know that's something that they struggle with, and in the past we've hit a brick wall with that. So in collaboration with them, it's budget neutral, and it doesn't necessarily draw anything from our public dollars. I don't necessarily have anything against it.
Got it. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Ferrano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really know a great deal about Mr. Reynaldo Arenas. I'd like to maybe learn about him some more before I vote on whether or not we want to have a day for this individual in Miami Lakes. I don't know. Does anyone know more about him? Is it like an easy story to share with me? And excuse me for my ignorance, I just don't really know a lot about him.
Yeah, so Reynaldo Arenas is one of the folks that inspired Vanessa, the writer of the Amparo. I don't know if you went to Amparo Experience. So Reynaldo Arenas was a famous Cuban poet. He, gay man, and being gay in Cuba, was tortured, was put in jail. All of his writings were thrown away, and he literally was put into a concentration camp in Cuba for gay people. And he literally became a symbol of openness, of fighting oppression throughout the world, specifically for human rights for all human beings. And when Reynaldo Arenas left, I mean, his life story became one of the top movies before Nightfall, and it inspired a lot of writers like Vanessa, who is amazing, and Alberto de la Cruz, who's amazing as well. And but yeah, that's his story. He in Cuba for forever, gay people were oppressed, were tortured, were killed, and his story showcases why, you know, we need to keep fighting for human rights and civil rights all over the world. But yeah, his story literally became an award-winning movie, you know. But I think it showcases the pain of our community as Cuban Americans. You know, everybody up here on the dais is a Cuban American, but also if we're going to be talking about human rights and especially the way that gay people were treated in Cuba, I think there's no better way to celebrate that, especially partnering with the folks from the Amparo Experience, which is, when we talk about cultural significance, I mean, that experience was unbelievable. So to me, it touches upon what we as human beings want, which is, you know, let people live their lives. You know, he had his writings thrown away, burned, tortured, just because he lived a different lifestyle that the Cuban dictatorship didn't want. You know, so But yeah, that's what it was all about. So when I talked to Alberto and Vanessa, they were like, look, we would love to do something in collaboration with the town next year. And I was like, you know, at first I was like, let me do that. But I was like, you know what, we all got bashed, and I think it's important, unfairly, right? I think it's important that I put it on the agenda and see if we all do it together.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that with me. And absolutely, the Amparo experience, for anyone that hasn't had the opportunity to attend, if you ever have the opportunity, it's definitely a life-changing show. All in favor of doing events that obviously that promote human rights and that support everyone regardless of their lifestyle. This is one of those things that gives me a little bit of heartburn, opening Pandora's box, because this kind of lends itself to other activities and other organizations wanting to partner with us. So this is something that I sympathize with. The plight of the Cuban people is definitely something that I sympathize with, but I do know that this will open the town up to possibly, you know, being approached by organizations that we may not entirely agree with.
Look,
So-
and I can tell you this, Councilwoman Arano. I mean, I don't mince words, and if I vote no on something, you know, I'm not afraid to take people on. So, like, if somebody else approaches us on something that we don't agree with, I'm gonna vote no on it. I mean, to be very honest with you, and I frankly don't care if I get criticized or not for whatever it may be. So, but I think this one, you know, being at Amparo experience, Reynaldo Arenas' story, I think it merits that. But I can tell you that when it comes to opening up Pandora's box, or somebody else saying, hey, you guys did this with Amparo, you know, you gotta know, that's not how it works, you know, not because, you know, at the end of the day, we're elected by the people. We make the decisions we believe are correct, and we stand our ground, you know, whenever we think is right.
Agreed, thank you.
Any further discussion, Councilman Dieguez?
Just really briefly, and I just want to point out as well, where I see this as being a little different than what some, you know, have tried to do in the past, is that it actually has a component that ties into culture, and that was something that was missing with the prior proposal. It was heading that direction, and at some point it changed at the last minute by the time I got to the council, and so I think that this is a good step in the right direction of showing, frankly, certain members of the public that we're trying to push that particular event through back in June. I think this is showing them how it gets done. I think the other thing, though, too, to the councilwoman's point, I'm well aware of some of those people as well and what they are. We heard the same things with the Pride Flag when they wanted to put that at Town Hall. We all agree that that is not the right venue for that sort of, you know, for that sort of act, that it should be meant for government flags only. I think if there are others that are going to come out with proposals and say, well, if you did it for here, you got to do it for here, there is a big difference, I would argue. To me, I don't see it as an issue of lifestyle. I think, as I said before, you're just born that way, right? So, you know, I don't see this as, you know, inviting people who want to exercise their religious rights. You know, again, it's not on the same plane in my view, right? You know, one, there's the First Amendment. They have a right to express themselves. Here, again, I think this is just, you know, who people are, and just recognizing that in the past they have been oppressed because of that. And it so happens that in this particular situation, the mayor has identified an individual who has had a cultural impact as well, and is simply trying to, you know, recognize his life, as well as trying to make right, you know, certain things that occurred in the prior month that I think, you know, resulted in a distortion about what this town is about, which is an inclusive town, and, you know, who we are as individuals. You know, there were people obviously trying to defame us. So, you know, look, if people have an issue with it, I agree with the mayor. I'll go ahead and I'll talk with them, and we'll deal with it at that time. I think there is a very strong legal distinction to be made between, you know, the two views, views in terms of how people break down on this issue. But we'll take that on at that later time. For now, I'm going to vote to advance this, and I hope everyone will join me as well.
Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the items that were pulled from the consent calendar. Now, actually, we are on to special presentations. Presentation on Stormwater Revenue Bonds, Series 2021. Our CFO, Ismael Diaz.
Ismael Diaz.
That's
right. So good evening, Miami Lakes residents, mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Ismael Diaz. I'm the CFO for the town of Miami Lakes, as you all know. And the purpose of this oral report is to give you just a very, very summarized information about our bond pricing that took place last month. We gave you a booklet that is the official statement. I think you had it in your seats there. And if you need more detailed information about the bonds, this will give you all the information that you need, and then you can also ask us any questions that you would like later on. On July 22nd, we priced $15,500,000 in stormwater utility revenue bonds, Series 2021. These are tax-exempt bonds, and they were designated green bonds because of the positive environmental benefits that they had for the projects. Although we priced $15,500,000, and I'm going to round on some of these numbers, they generated $18,726,000, so we generated a premium in the process. Our cost of issuance, underwriting, that includes, underwriting, insurance, reserve, and surety, was around $462,000, which net us $18,264,000 to be used for the identified projects. And if you want to know all the projects that were identified, they're right there in that official statement that we gave you. We will be closing and issuing the bonds this Thursday, August 12th, and thus receiving also the funds the same day. With these proceeds of $18 million, we will be able to complete 16 out of 30 stormwater capital improvement projects that were identified in the rate study. This is a 30-year bond, and our debt service will be around $900,000, and it's going to be payable, $900,000 annually, and it's going to be payable from our stormwater fees. The interest earned on these balances will be allocated to the project fund. So all the interest that it's earned from this money that we're going to have is going to be allocated to the project fund. And as part of the bond covenant, we had to initiate a renewal, replacement, and improvement account in which we need to deposit $55,000 annually for 7 years. It's $385,000. It's similar to the sinking fund that we have. So we're going to deposit $55,000 every year for 7 years. If we use any of that money, we have to replace it, and then it needs to be recalibrated, if you would, every 4 years by an engineer to make sure that we're in the right part. And we need to have that for the life of the bond. So this bond, as you know, this is the stormwater. We have an enterprise fund, which is stormwater. And this bond, what we did was we created a sub-fund within the stormwater fund. And in this sub-fund, we're going to have every single project, and we call this sub-fund the Stormwater Bond Series 2021, and we're going to account for every single dollar in correlation with each project, okay? Once these projects are completed, the sub-fund will be zero, and the sub-fund will be closed. In addition, and this is very important, the sub-fund will be visible and accessible from Transparent Miami Lakes, which is a transparency module which everyone can reach online. So if you go online, you will be able to see that sub-fund there, and you'll be able to drill down and look at every single project and how much we have invested in that project through the life of the projects and the bond. Again, I suggest, since we're talking also to the residents, I suggest that any resident that has any questions about the projects, about the bonds, please reach out to us, and we'll be more than happy to provide information. And I wanted to say that we, the staff, would like to thank our residents for their vote of confidence. We want to thank also our mayor and our council members for trusting us with this process. Also want to thank all attorneys, bond counsel, financial advisor, underwriters, and anyone else that helped us navigate through this very, very complex but positive and exciting journey for the town of Miami Lakes. We have here also Lourdes Abadin, which is our financial advisor, and we also have Frank Lito, which is from Raymond James, one of our underwriters here also. So if you have any questions, I'm not alone. So,
Got any questions of our CFO? The only question I had, and I see here, you know, the interest rates, obviously we're starting off at 3, and I'm seeing the yields go up little by little, and there's a couple years we have a 5, and we'll go to 4, and we go to 5. And I know the federal government is having a major push for infrastructure, and the Obama era Build America bonds, you know, I don't know if that'll ever come back, but if something were to come back like that, would there be opportunities to refinance or in
Yeah.
it?
Sure. State your name.
Frank Leto, Raymond James. Yeah, so embedded within the bonds is a 10-year call date, which means after 10 years you can call it. And depending on how that legislation that you spoke of passes through, you may have the ability to advance refund on a tax-exempt basis, but if not, you can do it on a taxable basis. Anytime after year 10, you can use tax-exempt proceeds to refund it. So there is an option there after year 10.
So that, and for muni bonds, the call date at 10 years, that's standard, right?
It is standard,
Got it.
yeah. What happens is as you adjust that call date shorter, you lose your bond proceeds, which was not the objective with this financing. The objective was to produce as much project financing as we could to help the town with its projects. So a shorter call date was not a viable option.
Unless our rating goes up, you know, we have bigger reserves, something like that, would that be, no, that wouldn't change? Or we wouldn't be eligible faster if our own internal finances continue to improve and our bond rating were to go up?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No,
I think the question is, can we do it before the 10 years?
Refinance. You can, but I mean, there may be some economic loss.
Yeah, no, I'm
know.
just throwing it out there, because it's solid, I'm really appreciate you guys for your hard work.
And those what you're seeing are what we call the coupon rates, but the actual all-in borrowing cost for the 30-year period was 2.77%. So there's a slide, as Ishmael pointed out, the bonds were sold at a premium, meaning there was a lot of demand for the higher coupons. So it created more premium, more demand, higher price, and that's why the town received more than the $15.5 million that it issued. It's around $18.3 million.
You know, although we didn't get any retail buyers here in the town, I did see that there was a good amount of retail buyers around the country.
That's correct.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so when we carved out the priority of orders, we specifically made it for the town residents first, so they would have the priority to buy the bonds, and second behind that was national retail. Unfortunately, we didn't have any town residents that purchased it, but there were, and the first 3 maturities were taken up by national retail investors.
No, that's, I mean, yeah, I think Eddie, man, you should have bought into the bonds. But that's great that at least we got the retail. But I appreciate the hard work on the bond. It's phenomenal, and we look forward to putting, you know, some shovels in the ground very soon and bring this to fruition for our residents. So thank you very much.
Fantastic.
And I think one of the most important things here is that we did receive $18 million, but what we have to pay back is $55, which is awesome.
Good.
Thank you, guys.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Ruano, I'm glad you got the fashion memo.
Thank you guys very, very much. We appreciate your hard work. We're on to the items that were pulled from the consent calendar. First up is item 10B and 10C. I'm sure the Vice Mayor is going to want to talk about both those together. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I think talking about them together is the prudent thing to do. Staff has done a great job. Staff researched this item, came back with a product that I think met the financial threshold, but in talking to the Optimist Club and talking to some of the people that would be utilizing this structure, it wasn't optimal. In talking to staff, they said that there might be opportunities to procure an alternate product that may better suit the needs, in particular a product that is see-through, made of the similar material as the chain link fence, and can be customizable to the use. So what they had asked is for us to put a cap or put a limit on them going forward with the procurement and going to maybe a more customizable option like a chain link fence dugout with applicable seating. So to that end, I pulled these two items to put a cap on this, but to move it along as quickly as possible and to make sure that not only do we secure the dugouts for the Pinto A and Pinto B, or the two fields that house the Pinto teams, also using any ancillary equipment along for the T-ball fields that are currently not equipped. So making sure that they're outfitted with the netting, and I wanted to put that cap at $50,000.
Council, any motions on the table?
My motion was
No,
to...
I'll second it.
There's a motion, a second, discussion. So just to be clear, it's to give, yes, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, in discussing this item with the manager and also with the vice mayor, there are a couple of points that are very important when you make this motion, okay? There's several parts of our code that we're going to be waiving or modifying. So one of them is be clear as to the specifications of what you want, so we put that on the record and it's clear. Second of all, we need to increase the manager's power to purchase from $25,000 to $50,000, so you have to give the manager that specific authority. The third thing is for him to report back to you with multiple bids and waive the sealed bid procedure. Our procurement requires anything above $25,000 that it be done in a formal sealed process, which is like an RFP process. Now, we do bid waivers when they're unique and it's something specific, and in this case, it kind of meets that criteria. We're going with the bid waiver type of a process. So that's fine, but you're doing it kind of a little bit backwards. You're asking him to go ahead and allow for the bid waiver process, provided that he comes back and reports of 3 bids that he received, solicitations that he got based on the specifications you're going to give to him tonight. So specifications, increase the manager, report back with multiple bids, and waive the bid process.
So you need separate motions.
No, it could be all together, but with those specifications.
Depth of the product to be comparable to what's here. The main point is this was a canvas material. Canvas material with no shielding in the front. Baseball dugouts typically have shielding in the front to keep kids from getting hit from an errant ball. So this type of canopy just wasn't going to work on a baseball field. Again, this has been with a lot of input from the Optimist Club, from parents that go out there and some of the coaches. So when they talked about the chain link fence, there's the reason for the chain link fence, you can hang the baseball bag. So something that's more specific to baseball, if that's the use. So again, trying to be as specific with the product. I think the mayor used the line today, lo que es barato te sale caro, right? And I think that's kind of where we were going with this. We were trying to look for the opportunity to get maybe the most cost-effective solution, but not the one that was going to be most effective for its applicability. So I just want to make sure that the dimensions are what's in here, just that it's more applicable to its use.
So I just want to say I'm 100% on board with you. I do have an issue with the bid waiver. I think Natalie can bring this back relatively quickly, but to be very honest with you, I'm 100% in favor of it. I'm 100% in funding the right thing. You're absolutely right. I do take issue with the bid waiver.
With the mechanics to me, the priority was just to get it in there as quickly as possible. So the bid waiver was presented to me as an issue of mechanics for expediency, not necessarily for us to violate any procurement or somehow shortchange the public or not trust the process. For me, it was expediency. And I think, again, somebody termed the kick the can down the road. I think when you were signing the courage that this council had to not kick, my concern was we're going to find flaws in this, and now we're going to have to go back to another meeting, and then baseball season's over by the time we actually vote on something. So, the bid waivers to me was more about expediency, but I understand where you're coming from with from a process or philosophical perspective. But for me, it's from what I'm being told, it's the only process. But can Natalie bring back something
It's the way that we can make it happen and get and produce it for the start. We looked and the start of the Pinto season, I think is September 11th or 12th, somewhere getting close to the middle of September. So the only chance that we have would be to do it this way. Otherwise, we would do it the way the mayor suggested.
But that is Natalie, is that the fastest way to put out can you put out a problem statement? Can you do something a little different to get it bid? Ms. Garcia, yeah, thank you.
Hi.
But I'm 100% in favor of this. I just want to see it done.
So if we were to bid it out, solicitation process takes around 3 months. The quickest would be probably 2 months, so this is the bid waiver is the fastest.
Got it. No, that's fine. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes.
We already adopted all of this, right?
Just clarification, the motion that you passed was including my recommendations.
Yeah, because as long as the attorney was recommending them, I'm good. As long as the attorney's recommending them, I'm good. It's on him. Was the items, we're good to go with those items, Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry?
The 2 items, we're done with it.
Yeah, the only other item I pulled was E on the consent agenda. Again, this is one of those issues that from time to time, it's not sexy, but I think it's important to highlight. We would not be in a position to fund the trellis if it wasn't for the sinking fund.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Mayor and Mr. Mayor, really quick, and I apologize for interrupting, but when you pulled 2 items, right? So you pulled one item which was specific as to the product, the procurement. So the second one would be just to go ahead and move the $50,000 versus the $25,000.
All right.
I combined them, and I did specify the $50,000 in my remarks.
Okay, perfect. I apologize for that.
Nope, you're fine. I can do 2 separate motions. One is for the procurement process, and do you want me to make another motion?
So I understood the procurement process, that's clear. I would make a motion with regards to the transferring, the budget transfer.
I would make the request for the cap to be placed at $50,000 for the budget transfer.
I'll second.
So this is just the budget transfer? Does this include the changing the manager's authority?
No, you already passed that motion. So this is just the budget transfer. That
And
particular
changing the
motion.
manager's authority is just for this instance?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Good.
Yeah, if you were to do it long-term, you would need an ordinance. So, yes.
Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Just keep an eye on it, Mr. Attorney. It's on you.
The 14E, I just wanted to pull the item just to highlight, this is one of the improvements that we, actually, one of the things that we can restore, put back in functioning condition because we've been fully funding the sinking fund. This is a trellis that otherwise we would not have within our budget, and just wanted to thank the council's continued support of the sinking fund, so thank you.
Seeing no motion, the item does not pass?
No, there's no motion, just wanted to.
No, you gotta make a motion.
Oh, okay, so I move item 14, I'm sorry, not 14, 10E.
Second.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, so I was going to pull this item as well, and along the lines of what the Vice Mayor was saying, you're absolutely right. That trellis, there was no that youth center is pretty new. There was no reason why it should have been in the condition it is today. I'm going to be voting no on this. One thing that I've told staff from the time that we had the previous manager is that I wanted them to look into doing the solar panels there to get off the grid for the whole youth center. Something they haven't done, but I've talked to them plenty of times, and I know it's something in our strategic plan, so it should be something that's automatic, but I will be voting no on this. So, but thank you for bringing it up. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait, sorry. Councilman Rodriguez, sorry about that.
To your point, is this something that we can't make a motion for them to look into that, or is this that it's a done deal on that trellis, Mr. Manager? Because I really do like the idea, the mayor's idea of putting the solar panels on top of that.
We'd have to look and see, because the reason this is a sinking fund item, and this is the more or less the funding level that was calculated in the sinking fund. When we determined that it was $150,000, it was not just a number that was pulled out of the air. It was a laundry list of assets, had a lifespan of assets, replacement cost of that, and then there was a number that came out, and That's how we reached the $150,000 annual number to put into the sinking fund. If we were to explore solar panels, obviously it wouldn't be for the same dollar amount that we're spending on these on this trellis. So I'm not sure that it would be funded. We'd have to look at the sinking fund because that portion of it was not calculated in the sinking fund. We'd have to look for a funding source, and obviously it would be more money. But I assume that any kind of solar panel installation can be retrofitted even if this trellis system moves forward.
Agreed. I think you're right. I think it can be done after the fact. So we'll figure that out.
And Councilman Rodriguez, it's similar to how we did the retrofit of our LEDs. You get it based on the savings, right? You'd be able to fund the whole thing and project it going forward. So, but yeah, I'm voting no because it should have been looked at in the front end. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I am opposed. 1 no. The motion passes. Next item is the consent calendar. Any motions on the consent calendar?
Move the consent.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are on to ordinances in first reading. There are no ordinances in first reading. Ordinances in second reading. Item 12A. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Article 6 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, creating Division 6 titled Short-Term Rentals, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. This is a public hearing. This item is a public hearing. Are there any members from the public wishing to speak on item 12A? Are there any members from the public wishing to speak on item 12A? I see someone with their hand up. Welcome, Mr. Blanco. Thank you for being so patient with us.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eddie Blanco. I'm at 6290 Lake Champlain Terrace. I'm coming to speak on this item of short-term vacation rentals. I became aware of this item today as I was leaving the Miami Association of Realtors board meeting. I'm a member of the board of Miami Association of Realtors. It was brought up to me by Danielle Blake, who runs all the political affairs. And she told me about this, was in second reading, and her and I had an interesting conversation regarding this. And we share a lot of the same views. This country was founded on some very, very basic principles, and one of them was the right to home ownership and certain rights that come with home ownership. And I'm concerned that this passing of this ordinance would infringe on the rights of the owner, one of which is to rent out their property without the involvement of government, whether it's local, state, or federal. One very interesting choice of words was the implementation of a hotline to collect document complaints concerning these irregularities. So, that's almost like a lot of you are Cuban descent, right? At Comité, I really don't like the idea of encouraging residents to police. That's not the job of the residents. They're to be neighbors. It's our job, your job, as the council and our code enforcement department to enforce this type of stuff. Building department, regulations, zoning regulations, code enforcement, that's the job of those departments. So having a comité is not something that I really like in the United States of America. And there's also it puts a lot of burdens, the way the language is there. You're asking for somebody to fill out a piece of paper document and then have code enforcement officer or inspector to go into their property. And where does that line end? Like, how far are you going to go in terms of regulating what the person has to have their house as? And what difference does it make if it's a short-term rental or a 6-month lease or a 1-year lease? Where are you going to stop as it relates to that? So those are my concerns as a citizen and as a real estate agent. Since 1998, I really value the right of a homeowner or a property owner to do whatever they want with their property as the law sits right now and as the law sat for many years. So to start imposing laws on top of ownership is very concerning. And it has like certain things in here that requiring the owner, like for example, to be situated close enough to the property as to be able to and shall be responsible for emergency calls within 2 hours of notification. Like, so if I own an Airbnb in Miami Lakes, I can't be 2 hours away from my property. Like, stuff like that doesn't make any sense. Keep all available registered occupants. Like, so now the city needs to know everybody that rents in the property. Do you know everybody that rents in, hotels around here? I don't think that's fair. A copy of the vacation rental or lease agreement. I don't see the point in having that. And then this one really concerned me, like a bedrooms and baths, sleepings, all bedrooms and baths shall meet the minimum requirements of Florida Building Code. Like that's an open can. It's an infringement on the rights of the homeowners. And look, I don't want Airbnb. I live here, and I don't want necessarily to have, a vacation rental next to me. I really prefer not to. But that's my personal view. But you can't take away civil liberties because of, that little bit of a challenge that creates. I also don't want drug dealers, but it doesn't give government the right to walk in everybody's house and check if they have drugs. You know what I mean? So we have to figure out a way to make it work. And so I'm just inviting you guys to, before passing this, I know it's in second reading, to let's take a step back and let's try to figure out a way to, find a better way. And if the better way would be, in my opinion, is just do an attestation. Like, hey, register the property. I get it. You want to know where they're at. But, maybe not enforce that initial inspection. Maybe have them, prove that they've deregistered their property as homestead exemption. That would drive more tax revenues also to the town. Because if you are Airbnb in your house, then you cannot have it as homestead. Things like that. There's better ways than to go inside people's properties. Hialeah, Miami Gardens, and Miami Springs have this reoccupancy inspection. They did it every sale. That has not improved the problem with efficiencies. So I would say let's step up code enforcement, but this Airbnb stuff, or I call it Airbnb, but vacation rentals, it's not the place to be, forcing people to do inspections. That's my thought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eddie.
Hello, how you doing? Real Nadeau, 6340 Lake Champlain Terrace. I'm echoing a lot of what Mr. Blanco had said. I think it's pretty important. I mean, we bought this house, and we should be able to do, rent it out to who we want to rent it out to. Just say if we decide to go on a 2-month vacation, and we want to rent out the house to a family from another country that wants to come and swap places. I mean, why should we not be allowed to do that and then allow, inspectors to come in and look and say, hey, it doesn't meet ADA requirements, and then you got to remodel the bathroom to open the door at a certain spot. I mean, where does it end? That's my 2 cents. So that's just my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, Council and Mayor. I wanted to come up to, number one, thank you for taking on this issue. I do echo the sentiments just raised on civil liberties. That's always a primary concern to any of us. However, if this council does decide to move forward and approve this measure, I would recommend, just as most of you know, I am the president of the Satori HOA. So from that background, I have a little suggestion that you can add, which is in the registration, any person who's registering should have to affirm that the place where they're having this allows Airbnbs. Satori, for example, does not allow short-term vacation rentals or short-term rentals of any kind of less than a year. And we've had a massive problem. It's very difficult to police. So again, I'm not really gonna argue yay or nay on this because I frankly have not had enough of an opportunity to sit down with the proposed resolution. But if you are gonna consider passing it, that you would pass it with a slight addition of language so that the registrant has to affirmatively state, and I kind of assume that they're doing so under oath, that that the location allows for short-term vacation rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments on 12A? Angela, you coming up? No. Oh.
Hi.
Got it.
Hi, I'm Brenda Berries, 14401 Lake Childs Court in Miami Lakes. So good evening. This is my first time here, and I'm a new resident to Miami, to my home and resident of Miami Lakes, and I strongly oppose passing this regulation. I just want to preface this by sharing that, like, my respect and gratitude for the town of Miami Lakes and its council members for creating a safe community and good schools. My family has raised generations of their kids here, and I deeply love Miami Lakes. I moved here from California to be a resident here. I was really surprised to hear about this today, which is why I came out here to speak up, because I believe that we have a voice and we should speak up, so I really, really want to strongly oppose of this. You know, I think about short-term rentals and where we are right now in America, and a lot of people are losing their jobs, and a way to make your to make your mortgage so you don't lose your home is short-term rentals. In addition to wanting to maybe go on vacation for a few months and do a swap, but also to help you support to make to pay your mortgage, to not lose your home. So that's one really important reason that I think it helps. And then also by coming here, when I have guests, even like having guests come here, it really helps to support the local businesses. My family loans local businesses here, and when we have people coming to visit, we have more people in the restaurants and in the shops, you know? And by using something like an Airbnb or VRBO, these are vetted people that have reviews, and they're insured people. When you have someone renting a hotel room at Shula's, these are total strangers. We can't track who they are. They're not verified, right? So these are things that we need to strongly consider. And, you know, also learning that if, you know, sure, great, if you can still do an Airbnb, that's wonderful, or a short-term rental, but to have the town come into people's homes, like I +1 what was said earlier today, I think that's a violation of our privacy, of our homes. And then also, like, where does that end? Like, coming in and starting to point at other things. Like, I think this really needs to be strongly considered a little more, and we need to kind of go through those line items and say, like, what does make sense, and let's talk to the citizens of Miami Lakes and the people that really care about this topic to restructure this and reorganize it in a way that feels fair to us, and where our privacy isn't, where we still have our privacy, if that was a decision that somebody wanted to make, right? And that hotline thing, I don't know that much more information and where that came from and why that's even being considered. I think that's pretty out there to create like a tattletale channel. I mean, I think about a community, and we want to build community, build trust. But if you create a platform where people can just go and like tell on each other, like that's the opposite of building trust and community, right? Because then it's just going to encourage that type of behavior, and that's the last thing that we want, right? Oh, like there's a platform for that, there's a hotline, I'm going to call it in. And then you're going to have neighbors looking over each other's shoulders, like, who told on me, right? I think that really needs to be strongly reconsidered as well. So maybe we can take a step back and not see this move forward. I know today's the second, and I'd like to see this revisited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further public comments? Any further public comments? Going once, going twice. Public comments is closed. Susanna.
was loud. Sorry. Susana Alonso for the Planning Department. This item comes by request of Councilman Fernandez. It came out of, I think, some residents that were complaining that there were several Airbnb rentals around that were renting copiously and frequently. This item does not outlaw short-term rentals in any way, shape, or form. It just seeks to regulate them so that we can ensure that they're being done in a way that is respectful of the neighborhood and of the community, and in a way that we can ensure that, for example, that the community that they're within allows for the short-term rental, for example. There's some commentary about some of the recommendations of the planning board. Those are not being included into the item yet. They would have to be approved by you guys before they can be added to the item. So there's still no hotline in the item, and I think, what was the other recommendation, Lorenzo, can you remind me?
Yeah,
That they made?
there's 3 recommendations that are not included in the actual text of the ordinance. One is implementation of a hotline. Second is the requirement of an additional license on top of the BTR. And the third one is to require fire extinguishers and any safety signage required for other commercial venues.
Those were recommendations of the planning board at the time when they heard the item. We included them in the memo for you guys to discuss, but they're not included in the text of the regulations that you have in front of you.
Got it. Thank you very much, Councilman Fernandez.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers that came and provided your feedback. So, want to kind of walk you through the spirit of the item, as Susana mentioned, was indeed some residents came forward and said that they had issues with habitual with specific properties that had a lot of traffic, a lot of extra cars parked in their driveway, and kind of did a little bit of digging. One of the things that seemed to be prevalent with the properties that were being listed, some were listing converted garages or efficiency type parts of their house as an Airbnb. So that's obviously a concern, because those things aren't allowed in our zoning code, right? You're not allowed to have multiple families in a single family community. So that was really the genesis. So what we did, we found a similar city, the city of I think Bay Harbor Islands had a pretty comprehensive ordinance, and so we modeled ours after that. I can speak to some of the points that were addressed. First and foremost, one of the requirements that's in the ordinance would be for any property within an HOA. They have to, same as what we talked about with the building department before. They would have to attest that they either don't require permission or have received the permission of their HOA to go ahead and list their property. The hotline thing, I think, as was mentioned, is not part of this ordinance. I don't necessarily think there's an appetite for that on this dais. And I think there's, with respect to code and code compliance doing their thing, there's kind of like a balance, right? So code enforces the code, and unfortunately there's a little bit of a disconnect between short-term rentals and short-term vacation rentals are something that are not explicitly addressed in our code, right? So we can't ask code enforcement to enforce code that doesn't exist. So the purpose of this, right, is to create a process, not to outlaw Airbnbs, not to discourage them, but rather to provide a means by which they're registered, they're licensed. Should there be an unscrupulous actor, that license can be acted against, right? In an extreme circumstance, it can be revoked. and it provides for all of that, within the ordinance. There's a fine line that we're skating, and I'm definitely sensitive to, not wanting, government intrusion and, government inside my home. It's a delicate balance that we have to, it's a tightrope that we have to walk on, because yes, it's a single family home, but it's also, the activity is mercantile, right? It's a business. And so that's kind of why an ordinance like this is important, because it's got components of being a single family home, but then it's also got components that are very business-like, right? And a lot of the requirements, such as the on-site inspection and some of the other things that are being proposed, are commensurate with what we do and how we regulate businesses in our community to provide, proper public safety, assurances and things of that nature. So it's a very tight, line that we have to walk. I'm, by no means is this, set in stone. I'm definitely open to whatever feedback my colleagues have, on how ultimately how to improve this, right? What was not acceptable to me is that, we had no ordinance, right? So it's kind of like happens often in government, you tale of two extremes, right? You have no ordinance, and now you have this almighty ordinance. And so, we have to, the pendulum swings a little bit the other way, and, we can look at how we can improve the ordinance before us, taking into account some of the feedback that we've heard, as well as some of the feedback I suspect will come out of our discussion. So that's it in a nutshell. And so I think for purposes of discussion, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second for discussion.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. This on like what you said, we're going from 0 to 100 relatively quickly. And I appreciate some of the people that came up. Actually, we appreciate all of them that came up, but I'm pretty sure that most of the other people that rent their properties are maybe not even aware. So with that spirit of taking back some feedback, and it's kind of one of these processes where, we didn't hear from anybody in first reading. Now second reading, we're hearing some feedback. I would almost say, and again, I know I'm infamous for my indecisiveness, and this is not how I want you to take this, but it seems like it's a great project to kind of workshop, invite the community that has Airbnb, invite them to come in and let's craft something that's not 0 to 100, So for the purposes of getting that feedback, of fine-tuning the product, maybe this was outlined in some other cities, but it's not going to be the product that works here. So, that would be my recommendation, to kind of create this process through a workshop, inviting the stakeholder community to the table, help craft something that they say, look, this we can live with, and this is something that's going to protect our residents. So that's my feedback to you.
So, and I'll go to Councilman Dieguez now for right after this, and Councilman Ruano. So I agree with both of your comments, right? There, you have both extremes, but Councilman Fernandez is 100% on point that there needs to be an ordinance on the books on this issue. The amount of residents that have called me concerned, there's one in particular here on the east side of town who the residents have come to see me on multiple occasions and talked to me, and they said, Mayor, it's really having a negative impact on my community and my neighborhood. So instead of workshopping it completely, maybe workshop components. At the very least, there are aspects of this that are definitely palatable that we can move forward with tonight. The registration process, certain things. I mean, everything else I'm fine with workshopping if you want, if you all are in favor. But I definitely think I want to leave here tonight with, at the very least, a step forward in the ordinance phase. And I think that would make everybody happy, right? We're going to sit down with the community, with everybody which work it out. But at the same time, the folks that have been asking for this for so long, they know that there's something in the books. There's at least a registration, whatever it is. That is, yeah.
Got it. So something that I spoke about briefly with the town attorney, right, is maybe looking at this in two parts, right? Looking at the ordinance and then leaving some of the decisions up to a future resolution, so that we kind of get a little bit of both, right? We get the framework in the ordinance, but we can work out the specifics in the resolution. I don't know if town attorney, if you want to chime in on that hybrid.
Sure. I mean, that's something we can do. We can take out some of the meat out of this and make something that's just, come back with something that's just kind of encapsulated as far as an ordinance that can be put into the books, and then work out on a resolution. Something that I think is important for all of you to understand, and I think it's also important for the people in the audience to know, because I understood, I heard them say a couple times, well, what if I leave for a couple of months and I want to rent out my house? That wouldn't apply to you. It's very specific here that the vacation rentals that are being defined here are those that are 30 days or less. So this is really to make sure that people that are renting their house and using it like hotel rooms are being regulated like a hotel would, you know, and it's also to kind of deter any kind of other type of deviant behavior that sometimes happens in these, you know, week-to-week type of rentals. That's really what the focus, I think, of the ordinance is, the way it's drafted.
Councilman Dieguez and Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize in advance because I do believe that my remarks might be a bit lengthy, which I guess maybe is both the combination of the lawyer and the politician in me. But I'm going to start from the beginning, from when I was first elected in 2018. At that point in time, I met with a lobbyist for Airbnb, who's a good friend of mine, Tom Martinelli, because I wanted to also pass some regulation in this area, specifically, though, to authorize it and create a reasonable framework for doing so. This is the binder that came from that meeting. I just realized it was in my office today, or I would have, you know, looked for it sooner, because it has our notes from, you know, our discussions there, including even a proposed model ordinance that includes things like a responsible party. But one thing that I noticed that this one does, that this particular ordinance does not do, is account for peer-to-peer type platforms like a VRBO, like an Airbnb. And ultimately, though, one of the reasons why I let it go back in 2018 and didn't really pursue it much further is because at that point in time, the number of hosts that they had in the town was something of around 5, if I remember correctly. I called today to get an update on that number, and apparently the number of registered Airbnb hosts is 10. So it sounds to me that if these problems are so extensive that we're hearing about, it's not so much that we're having issues with peer-to-peer platforms like Airbnb, like VRBO. It sounds to me like we just have people that are doing some other kind of lease or some, you know, something to that effect that are creating these issues. Issues that I, by the way, think that we currently have mechanisms to enforce. On the issue of the cars parking in other driveways, you know, that's obviously a trespass, as Mr. Morera, as an attorney, can tell you. You know, so there are ways to deal with trespasses on your property. We passed recently, you know, at least a start of an ordinance to protect people's swales as well from invasion from people that are not authorized to be on those swales, even though we put the onus on the homeowner to maintain them. So I do think that there are mechanisms that are in place or in the process of being in place to deal with some of these issues. And I'm not saying let's not do this. I do think, though, that the Vice Mayor's original suggestion of workshopping the item and just deferring this temporarily is not bad advice, because there, even with the registration component, as the Mayor pointed out, you know, to try and get that done, I think has some issues. Because, again, it doesn't, this ordinance as it is currently drafted, currently does not account for peer-to-peer you know, platforms that I could see. And for example, one of the requirements is that the person who seeks to conduct a short-term rental of their property has to submit the form of their contract to the town. Again, if you're renting on a peer-to-peer platform, I'm still not quite clear how then they would be able to comply with that. And therefore, does that put those people out of compliance if we were to pass it tonight already, you know, on the 1 yard line? Which is, you know, things, that's one issue. Another issue that I noticed in the ordinance, and I don't know if the town attorney, I know I raised it with him today, you know, and I apologize for not doing it sooner, but I don't know how quickly he was able to make a change to this. But if you look at page 399 at 610, I forgot which section exactly, at 13-1634, 610, 10, it basically, if you read the wording there, it would even make the occupant, the person renting the premises, liable for the owner's violations of our setback requirements and some other requirements. So I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's right. And I just think that there are some things that we do need to workshop more with this item. I would argue that it's not a step back or stalling to do the workshop. I would argue that's a huge step forward. Again, I voted for it from the new business item to first reading and waiting to see, how things would change. Now we're here, so we could workshop it from the dais, but at almost 10 at night, I think it would be more effective to try and consider a workshop and just, temporarily deferring it just to get this done. I think that, the issues that currently exist have mechanisms to deal with those nuisances, and I'm interested in getting an ordinance done, absolutely. I just think that there are some things that we need to really dig deeper into. I think we should also consider, juxtaposing it against the Jacksonville ordinance that I have here. I don't think, we've already beat this up a good amount, and I just think we're really talking about fine-tuning. I had an opportunity to sit down with the town attorney and even speak to him by phone, and I think we've done some of the legwork of the things that we should look at the workshop, in addition to that issue about holding the occupant liable for violations of setback requirements and all that. And then some of my other concerns are more aesthetic. Some of the requirements to have outside signage and all that, to me, it's just, these are, while they are engaged in a commercial use, they're still ultimately in residential areas. So, so that's another one of my concerns. And then also, in fact, I was skimming this from the dais, because like I said, I just located this today, but the proposed ordinance here, or rather the example ordinance here, does mention that some of the peer-to-peer platforms already do certain things, such as collecting the taxes that are required and all that. So they kind of take on that onus from their host, as they call them. So again, there are, as you can see from my notes here, they're quite extensive. And don't worry, I did some of those to my own ordinance that we're going to talk about next. But I do think that given the nature of what we're trying to do here, and just, to make sure that we're crafting something that doesn't stop this use, but rather just has reasonable restrictions and requirements to do it, I think we should take not even a pause, but just do a brief workshop between now and the September meeting, just to get this done. I think we can certainly beat that up, or if you prefer, I would even be fine with doing a sunshine meeting with you to kind of discuss ideas that then the attorney can take and make an amendment on, Mr. Attorney. As an alternative, what I also propose to him is if the council, maybe doesn't want to meet between now and the next meeting, I'm even willing to meet with Councilman Fernandez in a sunshine meeting to kind of beat this up with you involved, and you can come back with a proposal based on what we came back with.
I think that's a great idea, a sunshine type meeting that can be done. Another person I also had the opportunity was to speak with Councilman Rodriguez, and he had some great ideas as well. So I think we get a room, all of us, and we can really, beat this up in the sunshine and come back with a finished product. And I thank you for all the time and effort that you put into it, Councilman, and all the feedback you gave me today.
No problem. And with that, I rest.
Okay, Councilman Ronald, and we'll go, and I think Councilman Rodriguez virtually, I keep leaving him out, so we'll get to him now. Councilman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a lot of the reading that I did reminded me of when we had some rentals that were funded through Section 8. And there's an extensive inspection process of the property in order for you to qualify for this funding from the government. In order for you to qualify, for your property to qualify, you have to go through extensive inspections and paperwork and whatnot. And it just kind of clarifies that a home is a home until you turn it into a business. When you turn it into a business, it's no longer your home. And so now it needs to be regulated as a business. So this is, I read through a lot of these things. A lot of the requirements here are kind of already required. I've rented many properties through Airbnb, and there is a 24-hour service phone number that you can call. There is an enormous list, like sometimes when you go on vacation and they send you that email with all of the things that you need to know, and when the garbage comes, and where to put the garbage, and where to store the tank, and where to park the car. And it's almost like, I mean, I got a traffic ticket once because I parked on the wrong side of the street in an Airbnb, because on Mondays you park on the east side, but on Wednesdays you got to park on the west side. And so there's an extensive list. So reading through all of this kind of reminded me of those things that I've been subject to when I've rented an Airbnb in another state. So it did not seem extensive to me. It doesn't seem outlandish. There may be tweaks, right? And the legalities of it, that's not my specialty. So I defer to the attorneys on the council for the specifics in the language and whatnot. My fear, however, and this is, I always bring this up with regards to anything that we pass, is that these are things that get passed, but the residents don't comply. And so the phone calls that we're getting about, rentals, vacation rentals that are happening, that are misbehaving or are being a burden on their neighbor or whatnot, may not comply with any of this, may not adhere to any of these things, may not, get a license, get a sales tax number, that kind of thing. They may not comply. But I do agree with Councilmember Fernandez that if it's an area that is not addressed in the code and it's something that's become very popular and people are doing it, we need to address it. With regards to there she is. With regards to our new Miami Laker, most of the properties that we have here in the town of Miami Lakes are single-family homes. So it is not allowed for multiple families to live in one place, or for you to live in half of your home and rent the other half to another family. So that is addressed in our code, I believe. Because they're single-family homes, that's just not something that's permitted. So even if someone is having a financial burden or an issue like that, that's just not something that's permitted in our code. This is specific, the attorney mentioned it's specific to vacation rentals, which is less than 30 days, and I do think that it's something that we should regulate. I'm more than happy with sunshining it and beating it up a little bit, but after reading through it, it's something that I've been subject to in other moments, and it's just because these homes now become businesses and they need to be regulated. So thank you, Councilmember Fernandez, for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. Before going back to Councilman Fernandez, Councilman Rodriguez, virtually.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm in agreement that something needs to be on the books regarding this issue. It's something that needs to be addressed. But I'm sort of in the camp with Councilmember Dieguez, where we pass this, and then we're allowed to huddle and in a sunshine meeting address some of the issues, maybe through amendment at a subsequent meeting. I hate to not pass something and then it gets sort of delayed just because we haven't fine-tuned it yet. I'd much rather go with this framework and then work at, bring a scalpel to it and address some of the issues that maybe giving Councilman Dieguez and myself a little bit of heartburn. So that would be my proposal, is to do what Vice Mayor Collazo had recommended, which was, table not necessarily table the item, but pass it and subsequently address the issues that are of concern.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Going back to Councilman Fernandez.
Yep, I'm absolutely open to either format, either workshop or a sunshine meeting, whatever is the will of the council, whatever you guys prefer. If you guys want to do it after we pass the budget, that might be I know we have a lot of meetings between now and then, so you might want to do it after mid-September.
I just wouldn't want to confuse the residents by passing something that we have full intention of tweaking, because then it'll be something that's like passed, they're going to see us vote up here, and some residents might actually think this is it, this is the final product.
I would also argue that if you look at the effective date, it states that this ordinance shall be effective immediately upon its adoption on second reading. We're at second reading. So my concern is, what is the legal status of those that are currently in the town if we pass this and then tweak it later? That would be my concern with, passing it now and then tweaking later. That's why I would kind of agree with Councilwoman Morano. We're better off kind of, even if it's really quick, like I said, between this meeting and the September meeting, doing a workshop of some kind and beating it up there, and then, bring it back immediately at the September meeting. But kind of almost having like a delayed implementation, just so that, again, I don't want to throw some of these people into a legal limbo, you know, and that would be my concern.
That's fine. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I understand the concern from Councilwoman Morales.
And, I mean, Gina can circulate a couple of dates. I'm here every single day. We can meet and we can beat this up in an hour.
Vice Mayor.
To me, the opportunity for the stakeholders to be notified and to be brought into the process is just as important as us beating it up. So that's why I kind of prefer the workshop process, but we can do the sunshine meeting. But I think, you know, clearly, first hearing, we didn't hear from any stakeholders. Now we're here, as word gets out, we're hearing from stakeholders. And I think as we create policy, that's an important subgroup to consider. I think whatever format we go, it's just something that we put on notice, that we invite the community to come back, and we can beat it up. The other thing, to address the effective date, we don't have to do it upon second reading. We can postpone the effective date to after this item is workshopped. So if for the purposes of the mayor, I know that you wanted to pass something tonight, we can put the effective date at some point in the future or after the item is workshopped.
Yeah, my concern with that is that it is second reading. So usually ordinances after second reading are passed. So if you are going to make amendments to them, amendment to an ordinance, mechanically you would have to then bring it back for first reading and second reading again.
And there's our answer.
I think to really meet and be able to meet the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish, Vice Mayor, and what you're trying to accomplish, Councilman Fernandez, and making sure that something's implemented as quickly as possible, is we sunshine it and we beat it up to something that is acceptable and we feel comfortable with. And then the next meeting that we have where we're going to adopt it, that's a public meeting. So the public has the right to come here. It's a public hearing is what I meant to say. They have the right to give their comments, their feedback, and then at that point in time, if you want to make additional amendments, they can be done as well, and then it can be completely adopted as one finished product. A suggestion.
Yeah, the last thing I would note is that the effect of having delayed implementation is almost the same as if we just defer to the next meeting, because it's still not being enforced at that juncture.
So with that said, how do we feel about amending the effective date to October 1st?
I think the more important thing is to have a motion to defer it until we have that sunshine workshop meeting. I think that would be the prudent thing to do.
All right, so I move to defer action on this item until after we have a workshop, and definitely invite all those who spoke today and any who may be watching at home that have feedback on this item as we continue to work together to improve the quality of this item.
I'll second the deferral.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next ordinance in second reading, which is item 12B. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12B is, I'm sorry.
An item
is an item.
Council, you want me to read it? I'll read
No,
it.
I got it. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to emergency management, amending Chapter 2, Administration of the Town Code, creating Article 7, titled Emergency Procedures, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. This is also a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12B? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12B? Seeing none, going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this item was originally proposed back in October of last year, and subsequently the legislature also took additional action that affected it. So that's why we're only now seeing it in August. But what we've come up with, and by we I mean myself and Deputy Attorney Cobiella, is come up with an emergency procedures ordinance that I think not only complies with state law, but also achieves the original aim of the item, which was to have greater input from the council on emergency management decisions, to at least put our stamp of approval or disapproval onto it, and also to ensure continued communication between the legislative body and the executive branch as exemplified by the manager. So I do have some amendments, as I told Councilman Fernandez, to my own item, as I was reviewing it as well in some more detail. But again, to get the ball rolling on those amendments, I'm going to move that we adopt the ordinance as presented, and as I said, I do have some amendments forthcoming.
Second.
I'll second.
Your amendments?
Thank you. I'm going to try and break it up in terms of their subject matter. The first is to amend, and I went over some of these with the attorney earlier that I'll be making just to give him a heads up, but in section 2-203, subsection 6, I wanted to add at the end of that sentence, in conjunction with the mayor, so that the sentence reads, to develop and manage the town's emergency awareness public information program in conjunction with the mayor, and I'll explain the rationale when I get to what will be subsection 9, a totally new section that I would be adding, that will read, to apprise the mayor of all ongoing intergovernmental efforts of the town in an emergency. The reason for these two additions in this context is because under our charter, of course, our mayor is the head of intergovernmental affairs for the town and the representative of our body, which is the town council. I went back into my remarks from October, and this was always something that was intended to be in here. And again, and I feel that these additions comport with that to make sure the mayor's always clued in by code with what the manager, whoever it might be, is doing with respect to intergovernmental agencies, and that the public information campaign, since so many residents just naturally look to the mayor as a source of information. Again, this is speaking about mayors in the future, not just who we have now, but because they always look to the mayor, I felt that that person should be involved with crafting some of the public information campaign. So that is the purpose of that First Amendment, and I urge my colleagues to please second and adopt it.
Discussion on this, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. And for the record, because I think his mic was off, Vice Mayor Collazo was the second on that.
Any
just to
opposed,
put it
seeing
in.
none, the motion passes. Seconded by Vice Mayor Cuellar.
Excellent. The second subject matter is just simply to amend all references within the ordinance that state at the next regular meeting to state that I wrote down the language here somewhere. And amend all those references to state that, or amend it so that it reads, at no later than the next scheduled regular or special call meeting, in all those instances. The reason being is that per state law, there's a definite time frame in which we need to take a vote on an emergency declaration of the manager, and also because if you look at the following page on 410, on item F, it does also impose certain time limits for council action. So I wanted to amend other references to harmonize all the provisions and to include that change. And so with that, that is my second amendment, and I have one more after that.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. And my final change, colleagues, is simply on, again, page 410 in subsection H on that page, to require that once the manager files the declaration of state of emergency with the town clerk, that the town clerk shall also be required to provide immediate notice to the town council. That is the third amendment.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege. You also had requested, Councilman, on section F, where it says expiration of 7 days, you want it to be 3 days.
Correct. So I'll make that my fourth and final change then. But yes, the Joshua.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, seeing none, the motion passes.
And the final amendment is simply to, as the mayor, as the deputy town attorney mentioned, on subsection F, to amend it from 7 days to 3 days for non-hurricane related emergencies that we need to take a vote as to ratify that declaration.
Fourth. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended 4 times. Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 12B. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 12B, as amended, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 12C, Neighborhood Services Districts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving adopting a non-ad valorem assessment role for special taxing districts, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for special taxing districts, including but not limited to security guard and multipurpose maintenance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any explanation from staff on this, or do we need a motion?
I was going to move the item.
Okay. Moved by the Vice Mayor.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this, council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12C. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to resolutions. Item 13A.
Read it? Okay. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving the award of a contract for RFP 2021-20 to World Risk Management, LLC, for property casualty and liability insurance program, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the contract, authorizing the town manager to execute the contract, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Ms. Garcia is going to give an explanation on this, or no?
Yeah, I got it. This is awarding the contract for property casualty and liability insurance. The last time that we went out for this, we only had one entity bid on our policy. This time we had 3 entities bid, Brown & Brown, Florida League of Cities, and the World Risk Management. We established a committee to evaluate them, and the recommendation is to award it the highest ranking company, which is World Risk Management. They have experience with local government insurance policies. They currently insure Key West, Isla Mirada, South Miami, Pinecrest, and North Palm Beach. And the best thing, the cherry on the top, is that this policy will represent a $103,000 savings to the town of Miami's budget, or town of Miami Lakes' budget.
Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move to adopt the manager's recommendation as stated in the memorandum.
I'm going to second.
Any discussion on this, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-0. We're on to the next one, resolutions 13B.
This one is a stormwater resolution amendment. I don't have the.
This is a cleanup resolution, Council. The last month you approved a resolution indicating with a series of definitions in the beginning, and it described certain things about the insurance company that was associated with the bond sale. In there, it talked about that insurance company had to be rated by 2 different rating agencies of with an A or better rating. The company that we used in the sale actually only has a rating by 1 company, S&P, but it actually has a higher than required rating of an A+ rating. So it's just a series, I think it's in 3 or 4 areas that you change the word to 1 to represent that they only need to be rated by 1 of the 3 rating agencies.
Any motions, council?
I'll move it.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. I do believe Councilman Fernandez was absent for that one, Madam Clerk, so it's 5-0. Right? 14, now we're on to my report. Just bringing this up to the council, I thought it was interesting. Self-driving taxis are coming in Miami-Dade County, so I just wanted to put that on everybody's agenda. It is pretty interesting. Governing Magazine had an entire article on it. If we want it or not, I mean, it's something that the county's looking into, and City of Miami's moving really fast on these things. So if you're all interested in it, you know, maybe we can request a demo where we can see what it's all about, because it'll obviously impact our roadways at some point. We'll see driverless vehicles driving around. So just putting that on everybody's radar. The next one I'm just bringing back up to the next council meeting. I'll bring that to the next council meeting. 16A Managers Report, Monthly Infrastructure Report. Omar. Mike Zayas, you wanted to talk about the self-driving taxis. I see you back there.
Excuse me. Omar Santos, Public Works Engineer. So like I did last time, I'll just highlight several of the projects we have going on, as well as some of our day-to-day activities. The Safe Routes Bob Grams, so we issued the NTP for the design, and we are working with DOT to have the DOT kickoff meeting later this month. For the West Lakes Drainage Project, the contractors, they're currently progressing on some of the work. They did hit a supply chain issue with the pipe, so there's a national shortage on the raw material to create the pipe. Well, that's what's affecting this project right now, so that will delay the finish. And we're working with them to get that moving forward and lessen the impact. 83rd Place, the contractor, the consultant did submit the drawings to DERM for review, and we're expecting that review back either end of this week or next week. The streetlight improvements, we got the plans back from the consultant with the revisions we requested, and we're just finalizing that review to go ahead and get that bid ready. And the last two, the mid-block crossings, so we did get the final packages back, design packages back, ready for bid. We're just doing a quick review and preparing the procurement documentation to send out for solicitation. So.
Got it. I heard the good news that the attorneys gave the green light to move forward on the crosswalk, so. Right? Okay. No, I just want to make sure that no more purgatory for those crosswalks, please.
In our day-to-day maintenance sidewalks, we're continuing our inspections, and we have several work orders already in line. So once the new budget kicks off, we'll be issuing those. And the other item, we've been ongoing with the street restriping. We've done some of the intersections at 154, and we just issued the next intersections, so we're moving our way west towards 79th Court and 82nd. And
Omar, you have an update on 67th Avenue? I know the repaving of that has been pending for quite some time. There were signs out there for a while letting people know that there was going to be repaving and all that, and they haven't done it.
Not for 67. The signs that were up recently is for the work FP&L is doing on the infrastructure hardening. As far as the repaving, last information I have is that was pushed. At the moment, I can't remember the exact date. I can provide that through the manager.
Got it. Yeah, because they redid all of 87th that didn't need it, and they kind of, doesn't make any sense. But anything else, Council? Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
I have a quick one. So, and I brought it up to the managers during our briefing. On West Lakes drainage, I understand the delay with the raw materials to finish the last of the phases. My understanding from the beginning of the project was that once all of the underground stuff would be completed, then all of the street paving would happen afterwards. Just for the benefit of the residents, I was told by the manager there's a plan to start repaving at least the streets that are finished prior to the whole project being finished. I understand, some of these residents have had the street in front of their house torn up for for months, waiting for other streets to be completed before they're paved. So I just, if you can chime in on that.
So currently, the streets that were completed, they were restored up to the first layer of the structural course, the first 2 inches. So what they're missing is milling of the second lane, and then that final topping layer, as well as some sodding. What the contractor is accelerating right now, they went ahead and started sodding some of the swales and regrading, and then patching up any curb or anything that's remaining, as well as any sidewalks or damages to the driveway approaches. We are in communications with them to accelerate the milling and resurfacing of the streets that are ready. With that in mind, that there's not to hold up that area because of the other two. Something else that they're doing is they're working on cleaning the pipe, the new pipe and the new structures before the milling and resurfacing take place. So that's ongoing at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you, Omar.
All right.
Thank you for hard work. We'll see you next week at the ribbon cutting for the 2 crosswalks. We're on to the next report. Danny, you want to do this, man? Jeremy's not here. You want to do the Optimus Park report?
I got it. The Miami Lakes Optimus, really the main thing is that we're working towards, and we believe we're going to be 100% there, having all of the information necessary for the workshop that's going to take place. I think it's the last week of this month, to provide to this council all of the information you need to give us direction on which way to proceed with the Miami Lakes Optimus Park redevelopment. We have been working, I think it's either 4 or 5 different options. We're going to hopefully have some types of rendering so you have a visual idea of what the different options going to look like. We're going to have a listing on dollars, what it's going to cost for that option. Some of the options are going to probably require, or for consideration, the issuance of general obligation bonds, park bonds. In that case, we're going to provide for you what the debt service would be, for an average homeowner. We're going to also provide you what we recommend as far as the dollars to allocate towards a voter education campaign. So that is the update. We're getting everything ready. We hope to provide you all the information you need at that August workshop so you can give us direction. And in September, October, we'll be ready to come back with legislation to move forward one way or the other.
Any questions, council? No. We're moving on. Item 16C, Major Ruiz.
I come up and everybody starts to leave and disappear. Good evening, Javi Ruiz, your town commander. One of the initiatives we've been focused on over the past 3 weeks, we've conducted selective traffic details under the direction of Lieutenant Gonzalez. We've been doing this for 3.5 weeks in order to just identify and target key period times of speeding in certain areas. So we've been hitting areas of 87th Avenue, 82nd Avenue, 67th Avenue, Lakes Drive, Fairway Drive, Lakeway South, and the Main Street area. And in just these 3.5 weeks, we've written 110 citations, issued over 130 warnings, and even issued 15 parking citations as well. So it's just one of those areas that we've been targeting weekend nights, evening hours, in terms of traffic enforcement, and one initiative to report on. In addition to that, something I've been working with Lorenzo on, a couple months back, we were approached by the Satori HOA, and they were interested in enforcement of their private roads in the community in regards to traffic and parking. So we did our research and found that there are general areas, HOAs, that can go ahead and enter into an agreement with the county, and it will allow us as a police department to enforce traffic infractions such as speeding, parking citations such as parking in the roadway as such. So we started that paperwork and we started to push it up our chain, but we were told by our legal department that we couldn't do it. It had, obviously, it was smart for them to do it, you know, with the municipality so that you guys would have the ability to do so. So what I wanted to ask, respectfully ask, is for, I guess, you guys to make a motion to allow the town to enter into an agreement with Satori so that we can enforce laws.
Officer Amador, can you go outside real quick and bring one of the council members in so we can get quorum and vote on this?
Yeah, sounds good. Okay. So I'll go over it again when the council member comes in. So.
No. I mean, they could hear it outside. I mean, you could go over it as well. But
sure.
Did Satori finally move forward with the LPRs? I know they were talking about putting it at their guard gates.
That I don't know as of yet, but I'll check on the status on that and we'll let you know.
In the meantime, do you have updates on the LPRs? Anything?
Nothing as of yet. There was one vehicle that was eluding us, was being involved in some vehicle burglaries, and I don't want to offer too much information on that. But the latest is we kept working with Hialeah, and we were able to, Hialeah was able to recover the vehicle, so we're conducting further investigation on that and seeing where it goes, where it leads us. But it was identifying the vehicle as it drove through, and it was causing our officers to go to those areas and look for them. But it was just driving through to get in and out of the towns.
Got it.
Mayor, remember, I'm here, so I think we have quorum.
I asked, but they said we have to have 4 physically, and then that you don't count as quorum because you're virtually. I did ask that.
Yeah.
So should I just cover it real briefly?
So the major, we're going to make a motion, Councilman Dieguez and Councilman Ruano, that our police department is going to do an agreement. We are with Satori, so our police department go in there and enforce some rules on the roadways where people are speeding and stuff like that. I know it's of interest of Councilman Ruano because she is the president of a private HOA.
Yeah.
Can we do that for Royal Palm Estates as well?
We can, absolutely. So our research led us to some agreements that HOAs have done with the county, and that the agreement allows us to enforce traffic violations and parking violations and things of that nature on these private roads as long as the HOA agrees. So when we found that out, we started the process and we started the paperwork and we started to try and get it done. And then our legal bureau said, hold on a second, we're overstepping. It's really got to be an agreement between the municipality and the HOA. So with that information template, I've been working with Lorenzo, and we've got an agreement, but I just wanted to ask respectfully that you guys make a motion. And then if you'd like to make an additional motion, or if you want to check with that HOA and have them reach out to us, or if you make an additional motion, I can have our community service officer make contact with that HOA as well and see where we can go from there.
And the other part to that, Major, is that we need authority for Ed to be able to sign the, for the manager to be able to sign the agreement.
Gotcha.
Right? So if you guys can add that to your motion today, and we can get that agreement already squared away. It's a pretty simple agreement. It's just basically allowing our police department to police those roads that are private.
That is fantastic. I can speak on behalf of my HOA. They have been begging for this for a long, long time.
Well,
so if we can add Royal Palm Estates to whatever motion we make, that would be fantastic.
Perfect.
I don't know if Councilwoman Ruano was going to make the motion, but
I'm sorry, since I stepped out, I wasn't sure if you had already made the motion.
No one's made it yet.
We never made a we had to wait for you guys to get quorum, so that was the problem.
I'm sorry. Would you like me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to move forward with the agreement between the town of Miami Lakes and the HOAs to allow for our police officers to patrol and enforce the rules, speeding rules and whatnot inside the communities. And we can start with Satori and Royal Palm Estates, and then I would like for the town to reach out to other HOAs in the area to see if they would like to participate as well.
I'll second it, and again, just echoing the part of reaching out. Just if we're going to go through this process, reach out to the other private homeowner communities and private HOA communities and make sure that they're part of the, included or given the option to include, and then move forward with it.
Thank you, Major, so much.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Perfect, thank you. And with that, I'll just open up for any questions or comments or...
Questions or comments of?
Mayor. We have Mr. Angelo Garcia that he requested if you would allow him to ask a question to Major Ruiz.
I move to reopen public comments.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to take a couple seconds, something that...
Yeah, but if you take those seconds, it needs to be recorded, though.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a public meeting.
Thank you. Now that we have law enforcement here, I encountered something the other day that I think all of us here have seen or heard. I was traveling northbound at 57th Avenue, right underneath Miami Lakes Auto Mall, and I saw a young lady with two babies in the back of her Volvo, and right on the side, he tried to make a right there, but he did something that was really, really out of position here. I just want to find out how do we stand on our sound ordinance. He started making those blah, 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 those backfiring sounds. I mean, I heard it almost 100 feet away, and this lady almost had a heart attack. I'm sure that you guys have heard it and have seen this problem with these kids doing all this backfire. Major, what do we think about this sound problem that we have with these individuals? I don't ever remember myself in my days where we did this to cars and affect people's ears and so forth and so on. Have you ever been questioned on this?
Sure, so I guess what you're pointing out is a couple of things. You're making mention of the fact that you observed a vehicle with a backfire and making noise on a certain day in a certain area, okay? If you observe these things, and if anybody reports these things to you, you guys can obviously call either the non-emergency number, or you can call the 305, the town sergeant's cell phone, and let us know that there's a general concern in a general area regarding that. Obviously, it's hard for us to write a citation if it's something that's not visibly observed by us in certain regards. But if you continuously report these issues and let us know, we'll be more than happy to cater our patrol efforts in terms of addressing the issues as they come up. And if you'd like to discuss it further, we can step outside and talk a little bit about it, and we'll take it from there.
I'm sure that somebody here has observed it and experienced it, where these cars are making all these noises next to your family and I think something should be done about that. This is very, very...
Stormwater project timeline.
Yep, this is a follow-up to an item from last month. Public Works has provided in here the timeline on each of the projects in the stormwater bond program. They've listed on here the major milestones that will be accomplished with the dates, beginning design, the design process, procurement, beginning construction, the construction process, and then the closeout for each of the projects. They color-coded some of them because some of them make sense to couple together. So the ones that are coupled together with the same color in the header line, those will be bid out and designed together.
Mang, we gotta do some performance measures on this stuff. I wanna make sure it's on point. It's a good opportunity to use those tools. But thank you, Omar, thank you to you and Carlos for putting this together. I appreciate it. I think it's important for the council to see this and kind of keep tabs of how today we took a big step, but seeing how these funds get not only spent, but move forward. So I see most of the projects getting done by the latest 24, 25 is the last, 26 actually. Canal Bank stabilization is the latest one, so. All right, sounds good. Thanks, Omar. Thank you for putting this together. We're on to the next item, the open forum listening sessions.
Yeah, this is also a follow-up item to an item from May. There was discussion here on the dais about possibly opening up public comments before every meeting, an hour or so before the meeting. There was some pros and cons to the idea. There was a lot of discussion. Ultimately, the direction was from this council for us to go back and beat it up and come back with a recommendation. What we have put together here is an annual schedule of 3 times a year, March, July, and November, where we would have these open forum listening sessions for the council. They would be scheduled on a weeknight. They would have a start time of 7 o'clock. The structure would be that obviously this is a session for the council members, so a quorum should be present of the council members. Questions can be submitted in advance or provided on the night of the forum. What we thought would be most productive would be that each of these sessions would be themed events. In other words, for instance, the month of March would be 2 or 3 departments, the month of July would be 2 or 3 different departments, and November would be different departments, and that way they would be themed and the discussion can be more targeted. We would have appropriate staff, and the town manager, or the deputy town manager and myself would be present for any input. And that's what we recommend if this is to move forward.
No, and I had a question for Claricel and Hemang. I mean, part of this, it's great to do it in person, but once we do it here, to actually have a virtual portion, maybe since we have those big flat screens now, where people are allowed to, I think we did it one time. We did some virtual town halls that worked out well, and a lot of people got to participate, and we read their questions, so I'm good with this, but I definitely would like to see a virtual, part of that, have a virtual portion, because most people are working, you know, a weekday, a weeknight at 7 p.m., I mean, think about it. If you guys aren't here at the council meeting, what are you guys doing on a weeknight on 7 p.m., right? You're not, you know, most folks aren't coming to the meeting, but they can participate virtually, so. I'll make a motion to approve and to add that virtual portion.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion, council on this, Councilman Dieguez.
Simply to put the reasons for my no vote on the record, I understand that this is trying to be responsive to what a few residents have said, you know, about having a back and forth. But the truth is, there are so many other ways to have a back and forth with us, whether it's through social media, email, phone calls, you know, just showing up and catching us before the meeting, even after the meeting, asking us to meet with them outside the meeting. I think we already do a great job of being accessible, and I just think that, you know, I think there are other ways to use staff time and our resources to encourage that dialogue that doesn't necessarily entail having this open mic night. You have your office hours as well. I just think there's already existing a plethora of options to get a hold of us, and that is the only reason why I'm voting no on this, and I just wanted to put that on the record for those who may wonder later on.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say on that, it's really, if it were just about us, I'd be on the same page with you. What I think is powerful about this is that, for example, you have March, Building and Public Works, asking us questions about Building and Public Works, right? Some of us might know a little bit more than others, this and that, but the reality is residents don't get to often just ask our Public Works Director some of this stuff, or Building Department. Same thing, Parks and Communication. You know, you have Claricel, you have Jeremy there just answering those questions. Same thing with Police and Finance. But I just think it's 3 times a year, but what makes it different, and the reason I'm voting for it, is because it adds that aspect in there. So That's just my remarks on that. But I do agree with you. If it was just us, there's a ton of ways to get a hold of us. But I think would be fruitful is that portion where they're themed and where their staff particularly involved. So I just wanted to put that on there.
I had something to add, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez and then Councilman Verano.
All right, I just, I'm not sure if the manager, I know these are put on here as examples, but I think the finance budget meeting should be had before we approve the annual budgets, just as a recommendation.
When do you think? Before?
Before the August, September timeline, when we start really hammering the budget, if we do that, either if we do it in the March meeting or the July meeting, but I wouldn't want it to be in the November meeting after we've already passed the budget.
Yeah, these departments were sorted this way just as an example, so we'll.
No, I understand. I understand. I just want to make sure that if we do pin them to specific areas or themes, that we consider having the budgeting and financing before the actual budget is approved.
Got it. I agree with you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Verano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I happen to love the idea of these town hall meetings. I've always wanted to have like a conversation with residents instead of just listening to their public comments. But I don't like the idea of it being virtual. I think that the whole point of us coming into this building is to have a face-to-face conversation with residents. The whole virtual thing, for that, they can call me or email me or.
No, it's in person. What I'm saying is, if somebody we're in person, everybody, but if somebody says, hey, I'm working, they should have the opportunity to chime in too, like we do now in council meetings.
Right, I understand my fear is, and it happened with some of the other meetings that we've done, is that then you have nobody in chambers because it's easier for everyone to stay home and just Zoom in because they're doing things at home. And then it kind of defeats the purpose, because then that personal relationship that we're trying to build with the residents, which is what they want, that Q&A back and forth, is kind of lost. I mean, we can try it, but I know that when we did it with what was it, the Blasting Advisory Board Town Hall, there was no one in the chambers, and there was like 50 people on the queue for Zoom. So it just, to me, it loses its value when you're not in person. I like to be able to see people's faces here in the chamber, so I prefer for it to be in person.
Got it. I'm fine either way. So, all right. Any further discussion on this? Council, see none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
No.
Oh, it's 5-1. Councilman Dieguez voted no. We're on to attorney's report.
Mr. Mayor, before we get to the attorney's report, there was an item that you tabled, which was the Blasting Advisory Board. That item, you either need to make some kind of action, remove it from the table.
If it got tabled, it just gets rolled
over
to next meeting.
That's exactly correct, Mr. Mayor. It gets rolled on to the next meeting, and then at the next meeting, you guys can decide whether you want to take it from the table and discuss it, or what you want to do with the item.
Definitely.
Okay, so it'll roll over to the next meeting. As far as my report is concerned, I've discussed with you most of the ongoing litigation. The only thing I'd like to do today is two things. First of all, I'd like to set an executive session that we asked for last month, and this is with regards to the eminent domain matter that we have, Town of Miami Lakes versus TSC Investments. The clerk has identified August 31st as a potential date. I don't know if any of you can look in the morning.
Can we do an executive session via Zoom?
No. Yeah, but I don't feel comfortable doing it, because if you get Zoom bombed or anything, those meetings have to be really confidential.
Herman got this,
Yeah,
man.
no.
There's
no
no problems.
No. Is that date good for the majority of you? Yes? Yes? Okay, so she'll...
What day is it again?
August 31st. It's a Tuesday.
At what time?
It's okay. Maybe in the evening.
Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday,
morning.
August 31st. Let me see. Yeah,
That's fine.
Tuesday.
Yeah, that's.
You want to do it at 8 a.m., 8:30? You let us.
It has to be around 9, because
That's the problem.
we'll be dropping kids off at
9?
school by that time already.
School
Yeah.
drop off.
We can do it in the evening.
No, morning is better, just 9 o'clock.
Morning is better. Evenings get complicated now.
9 o'clock? Okay.
That's fine.
So we'll pencil that in. The last thing I just want to say is there was, and kudos especially to Ismail on this one. As far as the insurance is concerned, we're having net savings. We had 3 insurance companies that voted. That presented their bids, and we finally we're seeing the amount of coverage we have increase while the costs decrease. And one of the things that I think is a component of that, and I want to express my gratitude, is to the staff that we have. Gina and Rosa, a couple of, at the beginning of this year, I think the end of last year, started scheduling appointments every single month where I really sit down with every single one of the department heads. And the manager and Tony have made them all accessible. And thanks to that, every single month we not only review resolution items, but we discuss contracts, issues dealing with matters that they need an opinion from, and they're wonderful at sending me multiple emails and being on top of me and asking me. Mike is wonderful about doing that, and Mon is great about doing that, and making sure that we're communicating and being responsive. And I think that collaboration has led to better, as far as less risk for us. We're reviewing documents, we're making sure that we're crossing our T's, we're dotting our I's, and overall, that's helping the town and our exposure out there and how we're dealing with legal matters. So I wanted to really, really thank staff. Ismail, you're doing a great job with risk management. You're always on top of that. All of you, Susie, everyone here in the room. So thank you all.
So if you read through that, what he's trying to say is that having an in-house attorney is saving us money. So it is, right? No.
If you want to take it like that, sure.
That works.
All right, anything else, Lorenzo?
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Sounds good. We'll see you all in September. Have a good night. This meeting's adjourned.